Oh, I'm live. I got distracted there. Just sending a message to AZ in case he's able to join us. Send him a link. Hello, Megaleech and Timothy, if you're still there. Hello. On a Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Whoosh, another week whizzes by. 1 week. Yes, it's Google's birthday. Rumor has it they only incorporated the company because someone agreed to finance them and wrote out a check to Google, and they could only cash that check if they incorporated the company and set up a bank account for it. So, hence, Larry and Sergey incorporated Google. Incidentally, they are in a YouTube video of mine, although I didn't realize it at the time. About, 10 years ago or more, 12 years ago, I went to an event in San Francisco called YouTube Live, as this big concert thing YouTube put on. And for some unknown reason, they gave me front row seat to it. And in the second row, which I actually think from a vantage point is actually better than the first row, because the first row you're looking straight up at the stage. Second row is a slightly better angle. I recognized Chad, one of the founders of YouTube, and so I got him on video, which I thought was cool. I go, "Oh, Chad's in my video," and in comments when I posted, the people went, "And he sat next to Larry and Sergey. Why didn't you say hello to them?" And I lost lots of nerd cred by not actually recognizing Larry and Sergey. So given how much money Chad made from YouTube, I'd say he's the richest person whose hand I've shaken. But if I'd have recognized Larry and Sergey and could have got from there, they definitely would have been the richest people I would have shaken hands with, but I didn't do it. So that remains a missed opportunity. Just trying to adjust the focus because this damn motherfucking webcam. Megaleech alerted me to the fact I was a bit out of focus, and hopefully that's better now. But this webcam continues to shit me because there's no reason it should be like that. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yes. Actually, God, isn't that something Trump said recently? Not that he invented the saying or anything like that, but I have this horrible feeling it is something Trump said recently, and I really don't want to be associated with anything he said. Megaleech, I think it's a bit better. I don't know how much better it can get. See, and Luke, it's not the conspiracy fuckwits don't so much take on the police as get fucked up by the police, which I find hilarious. See, the alternative is I put autofocus on, and it goes and finds me, and then it's just going to randomly, periodically refocus, which could get annoying. Look, let's let it go on autofocus for a while and see how that goes. That's it, Stella. It was the death toll from COVID. It is what it is. Yeah. God, Trump's a piece of shit. Seriously, he's fucking garbage. I know that's, hardly a groundbreaking thing to say, but he really is fucking garbage. It boggles the mind sometimes just how bad he is. But yes, he really is. All that and a bag of rotten tomatoes. It's truly disturbing. But hey. Yes, Luke, that video was funny. Fuckboy live streaming the cops, and he thinks the thing that cracks me up about these fuckwits is they think they're so smart. They've convinced each other on Facebook that they've got this rock solid legal defense, and they're smarter and they might actually be smarter than the cops. You don't have to be smart to be a cop. You just have to be willing to kick down someone's door. And so the coppers banging on his door, and this conspiracy fuckhead's up on his balcony thinking he's clever, and he's, I'm just going to keep the cops there. They'll stay there for ages. Oh, they're such clowns. And they said, come down, open the door, we're going to kick the fucking door in. And he went, no, what do you want? And then they just started smashing down his front door. And it was fucking hilarious. It's like, you dumb motherfucker. Okay, that is interesting, Stella. You're saying if you look at the stream on Twitch, it looks more in focus than on YouTube. That is actually pretty weird. Technology, what even is it? What even is it? I don't know. Technology is a mystery. So I'm planning on making a couple of videos now, but we always fucking stay on forever. So it's not like I have to rush to make the videos. I'm going to make at least 3 videos tonight. Making cocktails with the Brazilian drink cachaça, which is kind of like rum, except its base is sugarcane juice as opposed to molasses. And molasses is of course, boiled down sugarcane juice, which is the basis for rum. But cachaça is a bit lighter than rum. Megaleech, who knows if AIDS is planning to be on? I did send him the link. I did not hear from him today, and he was having some sort of drama last night. But I have sent him a link to join. So hopefully we will hear from him, because he was in the midst of telling some fun stories when I had to go to bed the other night. It's probably just Wednesday night, wasn't it? It was Tuesday or Wednesday. This is Wednesday. Yeah, he was just he's in full flight telling stories, and I had to tell him to save the story because it was Betty Bye time. It's Betty Bye time. It was 10 o'clock, and I had to be at work for a full day afterwards. So I did not want, AZ is certainly a raconteur of the old school, and he can talk until you forcibly stop him by holding him underwater. And even then, the story will keep going in most cases. So yeah, so I'm thinking of making myself a drink. I've made a bunch of milk clarified cocktails. I did some experimental ones, which was fun. One, I don't know if anyone remembers. Actually, no, I didn't do it on this live stream. I'm experimenting with some slightly flashier video editing. And so I basically did all my B-roll cutaway stuff the other day. So I made the 3 No, I did do it. I'm trying to remember what I did. I made the cocktails and taste tested them, and then tipped them into a thing, and then I later milk clarified that. Yeah, so Luke, you reckon the picture's clearer on Facebook too? Maybe it's just how YouTube's processing live streams tonight. Who fucking knows? So I made 2 milk punches that were basically witch's brews. They're just like a whole bunch of fucking stuff chucked in. No, the one I made on the stream was the one where they all had vermouth in 3 really different cocktails that all had this sweet red vermouth. And And I clarified that. It unsurprisingly, even in clarified state, and it's a sort of pinky, purpley red. It's that really indeterminate bit of the color spectrum. Is it pink? Is it purple? Is it light red? It's one of those things. So I made that one, and it unsurprisingly has, even in clarified state, has a strong wine flavor. But then I did these cutaway shots for the 3 cocktails I'm going to make tonight, which meant I had to make the cocktails. I was doing close-ups of the different ingredients going into the mixing glass. And so I'd made all 3, and I wasn't going to drink. I did this during the day, actually. I wasn't going to drink all 3 during the day. So I milk clarified them as well. And they went an interesting yellow color. And I actually made like a huge fucking batch of that. I'm thinking I might actually do a nice tall drink. A highball. I need to add some glass. I need to add some ice to my glass. And I might 50-50 it with lemonade, in fact, just to ease into Friday night. So, got to get some ice. Let's get some ice. I need to refill this ice cube tray. I think there's 1 Death Star left. Yes. There's 1 Death Star left. Oh, actually, I want that on top. I want a square block of ice. I want the Death Star floating. Ooh, and this one's, I'm emptying 2 ice cube trays. All right, I've got to remember to refill these. Ice baby. Ice baby. Hey, Abigail. Hola. Okay, so Death Star. QB. Go here. Where's my lemonade's there. So this one's got a really interesting color. It's like a lemony yellow. It's not translucent like that, and it was when I first did it. And then I put it in the fridge, and it's gone opaque. So I think there's a bit of chemistry at work there. So I've got lemonade, and then this concoction. It's probably enough. Kind of ease into it. Get me a mixing spoon. Gotta get a mixing spoon. That looks like a mixing spoon. Just top it up a little bit more with lemonade. See, I'm singing everything again tonight. That's okay. It's the all singing, all dancing Friday night party live stream. Woo! Yeah. Ooh, yeah. It's like a nice punch now. Kind of looks like lemon squash. Tasty. Tasty, tasty, tasty. So, what's everyone been doing with their week? And what exciting plans? Does anyone have exciting plans for the weekend? I do. Oh, I've got date night tomorrow night. I like that. Getting Mexican food. I've made a bunch of milk clarified cocktails ready to go. Abigail is crocheting a duck, which is fine. Yep, that's an old saying, PBR. If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. Alexander, thoughts on Tony Abbott supposedly getting a job in the UK as a trade advisor? It's just fucking ridiculous. Abbott has no qualifications for it at all. There must be a line of people about 100 miles long in England for whom it would make more sense to put in that role than Tony Abbott. It's just Boris Johnson's a fucking lunatic, and he identifies with Tony Abbott, who's also a fucking lunatic. And it was a weird, premeditated fuck you to everyone. Like Abbott's just an awful homophobic, misogynistic piece of shit. And Boris Johnson knew exactly what saying he was giving Abbott a job would do. And he's done it on purpose to poke people in the eye. It is a truly fucking strange period we are living in. The number of complete fucking lunatics who have ascended to high office around the world is staggering, quite honestly. Staggering. I like my drink. Yeah, Nareg, Abbott is, as you say, objectively a bad negotiator. He's a bad manager. He's an attack dog. He's an effective and remorseless attack dog. But he is a fucking terrible leader. By any rational measure, he's the worst prime minister Australia's had in at least the last 50 years. And possibly ever. I don't know our colourful early 20th century prime ministers to know if they were worse than Abbott or not. Yes, Narag, Tony Windsor has just savaged Tony Abbott. It's and yeah, what Narig's referring to, for those who have a short memory or just not from Australia and don't know, there was an election. Just before the election, there was infighting in the Labor Party, and Julia Gillard replaced Kevin Rudd as Prime Minister in an all but unprecedented leadership spill while they were still in power. Went to the election. It was a pretty bruising election campaign, and Labor lost their majority, but they did have more seats than the LNP. In fact, they had quite a few more seats than the LNP had. They basically had to convince two crossbenchers. Labor had to convince two crossbenchers to support them to have a stable minority government. And the LNP, I think, would have had to convince 5 crossbenchers. And it came down to 2 conservative independents who Abbott clearly assumed would support him just because they were conservatives. But he's an obnoxious prick. And they both went, this guy's a piece of shit. They were both from the country, and he will do no good for my electorate. Whereas Gillard has pledged to, work with me on projects to support my electorate, and Tony Abbott is just all about Tony Abbott. So they supported Julia Gillard. That was a spectacularly bad bit of negotiation from Tony Abbott. PBR, you saw a video of Biden as a young senator. Yes. That was, I didn't know he did it with Robert Kennedy, but it was quite a stir when he plagiarized Neil Kinnock and got outed for it. Said it before and I'll say it again. Biden is a really shithouse candidate. It's just that he is up against literally the worst president the US has ever seen. Someone who seems capable of dragging the US to complete ruin, with all sorts of horrible negative side effects for the rest of the world as well. So, yes, the fact that Biden's selling point is, I'm not that guy who's the worst ever, is the most piss weak selling point ever. I mean, like, it just fucking sucks. It absolutely sucks that your choice is between Trump, just a vile, despicable lump of shit, and Biden, who by most objective measures is just a fucking awful candidate. But he's better than Trump. And it does seem kind of important to get Trump out. So I wouldn't hesitate to say to any American, if they ask me who I thought they should vote for in the presidential election, absolutely vote for Biden. I'm not voting. I would definitely argue against voting for any third-party candidate, any sort of protest vote. I would say, no. While fully acknowledging Biden is shit, and the absolute best thing that would happen under his presidency is a slumping, staggering return to shithouse status quo, like under Bush, basically. Not even the sterile shit that was Obama. About the best that you could hope for from Biden is he's like Bush. And that just sucks. And Narag, you fucking hit the nail on the head. If you were an American in the upcoming election, what is arguably more important than the president, although the presidential thing is important, but it means nothing without significant changes in Senate and Congress. Like, get really fucking actively invested in the Senate and Congress competitions, because that is going to have a really pivotal effect on, the next few years. The funny thing is, if currently Trump in the White House, Democrats have the numbers in Congress, Republicans have numbers in Senate. Say it switch, say Biden wins, Democrats retain the House. Say, and the odds are pretty much against this, but say the Democrats won back the Senate as well. Say they got in power and they had all three legislative bodies under their control. It would be the most boring fucking 4 years. Like, it's doors wide open for radical positive change, and they're all weak as piss and wouldn't do a fucking worthwhile thing. They would not do a single fucking worthwhile thing. PBR used to be Labor supporter, sold out. Liberals aren't any better. You vote for the donkey. Okay, I am very vocal in my disparagement of the Labor Party. Under Shorten, they sucked balls. Under Albanese, amazingly, they're worse. But I would argue very strongly against the notion that they are the same as the Liberals. The Liberal Party are fucking things up royally. But the Labor are a bunch of enablers. They fucking suck so hard. Yeah, and Stella, I'm not that guy. Didn't work for Shorten. Yeah. Centrist parties who campaign with the thinking that they're going to win because they deserve it. And I'm thinking specifically of Clinton in the presidential run against Trump, and Shorten against Morrison. They both campaigned like it was just going to happen. And their big selling point is, I'm not that guy. And okay, we're going to go autofocus is chaotic. I'm going to switch it off. It is, because I'm prone to gesticulation, and then it just goes all over the shop. So switch off autofocus, and then it goes out of focus. So it doesn't help that, oh, look, we're way out of focus now. And the other way. That looks right. That actually looks pretty sharp. think I've magically lucked onto the right thing. That will do. I will leave it on that for a while, at least. Catherine, the way you see it when you vote, you're either voting for things to stay the same or change. Maybe really simple or something complicated. You have to make it simple. Yep. No, you are with it, Catherine. I reckon that is an absolutely legitimate way to look at it. And Narag, you do raise a point. If the Dems get a majority in the Senate and Trump wins the presidential elections, they can and almost definitely will impeach him. PB, I've been watching Kalgoorlie Cops, haven't seen Stella on it yet. Well, maybe only a matter of time. Who knows? Who knows indeed. It's it's a thing. Yes. Oh, actually, was that Kalgoorlie Cops was filmed before your time? Fair enough. Jesus, while we're talking politics, I'll say my views would be unpopular with a bunch of lefties who are upset with the cops being bully boys, and they're repeatedly saying, like, when you see video of cops arresting, and the ones they've spoken up most about were two different women who got arrested, and it's like, oh, no, the police gone too far. And I'm like, fuck off, man. I want the police to go further and fuck these idiots up, because I'm just so used to people who are protesting non-violently for an actual cause, something that actually means something that's actually important, and just getting really fucked up by cops. I want these conspiracy fuckwits to fucking pay the price for being the pieces of shit they are. And I'm just going to say there are two points. One is, they're trying to show these people, progressives are trying to show they're better than these fucking conservative lunatics by saying, well, that person would never defend me if the cops fucked me up, but I'm going to prove I'm better than them because I'm going to defend them when the cops fuck them up. And as if they think like, and then they'll be enlightened and they'll realize they should actually be good to other people. No, they won't. You can defend these lumps of shit as much as you like. That will actually just embolden them to be worse. They will not understand that you are showing them empathy, and they will never show empathy in return. So fuck them. And the second bit, people go like, oh, but you've got to be even-handed. If you're saying all cops are bastards and you don't like it when they beat up lefties, you have to say the same when they beat up these fuckers. No, I don't. I really, really don't. I haven't wavered from ACAB, but I just use their evil powers on fucking pieces of shit who deserve it. And I'm going to enjoy it every fucking time. So fuck them. It's the only entertainment I'm getting in these lockdown is videos of these fuckwits with their stupid, absolutely wrong-headed legal advice that they've shared with each other on Facebook and have convinced each other is real, and they keep spouting this shit right up to the points the cops handcuff them, and it's fucking hilarious to me. Stella, that thing about the Ballarat woman and the hospital and the ultrasound, do we actually have affirmative independent verification of that? Because these people are pathological liars, and for her to suddenly spout to the cops, I'm pregnant, I've got an ultrasound appointment, that just reeked of a lie to me. I would absolutely want independent, trustworthy verification that was a thing, because these people just fucking lie. Exactly. Stella and Narag, too many black lads get murdered by cops, and no one gives a shit. No. These people are fuckwits that are endangering people's lives and are making everything worse. Fuck them. They get fucked up by the cops. I'm just going to laugh. It's as simple as that. But, yep, I'm just... And it is... Look, see, this is the thing that cops do. Like, okay, forget these conspiracy fuckwits. Anything that happens to them, I don't care. But, when people I like have been arrested, whether it be a climate change protest, the old Occupy movement or whatnot, and they tell these stories of how the cops fucked... Well, they got beaten up by the cops, or even if they weren't beaten up, the cops will do stuff like, particularly if it's summer, chuck you in the back of a paddy wagon with no ventilation and leave you there for a long time till it's like it's a fucking sauna. And then, because they take your ID, and so they find out what you live, and they purposefully drive you to the cop station that's furthest from where you live to book you. And I mean, in some cases, they'll go 100 kilometers away from where you live and book you and then go, okay, you're free to go. And you're just wandering out like, where the fuck am I and how the fuck do I get home? Because basically you are inconveniencing the cops. They don't like it. They're trying to discourage you from doing it again. So they will fuck you up any way they can. Lisa and Chris, hello. So Stella, you read it on the ABC that the cops called the hospital for and rescheduled. That would tend to suggest that it was true. And that is also a good point, Megaleech. Not that it will really stick in with them, but if the conspiracy idiots get the message, all cops are bastards, they are not your friends, it's important that people realize that. But these people are not very bright. They're not very good at cause and effect. They're not very good at logic. So I'm not sure the message will sink in with them. But it's possible. That is a very good point. They may actually learn something. Ooh, yeah, okay. It's Friday. Friday nights usually. Jet Night Narag, your brother's very white, pulled over for traffic matter, out of country, terrified at how aggressive they were. Yeah, they are. They really are. Chris, you got lost looking at videos, place you can't wait to visit one day. Yes, AK, all cats are beautiful. Okay, so it's Friday night. So let's have the hangs. Anyone who wants to join the stream. So Stella, in Ballarat. Oh yeah, Ballarat cops, notorious cunts, yep. They picked up your mate walking home from shift as a bouncer, took him out of town bush, flogged him, left him there to walk home because they would. Oh, no, I've heard just like the worst fucking stories about cops, and a lot of them from coppers, actually. Oh, Lisa, you've got wine. I'm going to start making cocktails soon. This is kind of a premix that I've got here. Making it's Brazilian week next week, and no, I'm not waxing anything. But I'm making multiple cocktails with the Brazilian spirit cachaça, because that's the kind of guy I am. Chris got a root beer. Nice. And Abigail, hello. Abigail first? No? You're not see. Oh, you are seeing me. Good. Okay, cool. Yes, well, Lisa, I put the link in. Oh, God, you're on Facebook, Lisa, for fuck's sake. Okay, StreamYard and Facebook aren't playing very well, so you'll have to give me a second to post it in Facebook.
Hello.
How are you, Abigail?
I'm fine. Today I learned that you have to plug in headphones for them to work.
Ooh, that's a breakthrough in technology right there.
I know, right? And I'm crocheting a duck, and it's in pieces at the moment. So I haven't got literally head,
oh no,
tail,
dismembered duck.
body, yeah, it's a bit all over the shop at the moment.
Wowza.
But I'm making little duck feet.
Nice.
And hopefully by the end of the stream I'll have it done.
Oh, that's
and then
fun.
I can show off my duck.
Yeah.
Because I like ducks. I don't know if anyone knows, but I have lots and lots of ducks sitting around my apartment. And I'm a big fan of ducks.
Oh, excellent. So is that for you, or is that a baby toy, or?
It's a baby toy for my brother.
Cool.
He's having a baby
Cool.
this month. Due this month. So this is the last thing I'm going to make, and then I'm going to send them all off in a big care package of baby clothes.
Excellent. Excellent. Chris is enjoying fruit beer. Okay, sorry.
So yeah, I can see someone Megaleech has the same headphones as me. Yeah, they work. I'm a bit of a Logitech fangirl, so
okay.
I've got a lot of Logitech gear around me.
Yeah, I have to admit, I get what's on special.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not a fangirl in the way. Hello.
Hey, Lisa.
But you know how some people are super fanboys, and I'm not that kind of a fan, you know.
But
I just like some of their products. I like them. Yeah, I trust the brand. So
yeah.
Oh my God, how are we all?
Good. You look very rugged up there, Lisa.
I'm fucking cold.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm freezing cold, and I'm on my day off, and I was just like, you know, my boyfriend's having some me time, and I'm in here, and I got sick of playing Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle, so I came on here, and then I saw you were chatting. I was like, yeah, this will be a good time. I'll come and talk to Andrew and his people. Because, you know, it's the middle of a fucking pandemic, and what else have I got to do?
Yeah, this is socializing. Yeah.
Oh, this is the equivalent of going to the pub now.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I think I might partake in
now I'm blonde again. Yeah. Well, now I'm blonde again. You know, after 4 packets of fucking Garnier. I was pink there. I decided to go pink in the middle of a pandemic because, you know, that's a great time when there's no hairdressers around.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't get the fucking thing out. Oh. So Kmart had a sale on blonde, so I brought 4 packets of it. So $24 later, here we are. At least I look fucking halfway decent.
Nice. Yeah, my hair's too long.
I bought everything I need for bleaching and dyeing my hair. I've got all the bleach, the peroxide, 3 different colors of dye. I've been sitting on it for months because it's so much work doing it by yourself.
Oh, yeah. Look, I did the Garnier. I did the Garnier one because it was like, you know, the 9.13. So I thought that's the lightest I can go to 10. That's the lightest they do. And I was like, okay. And like, because I had the pink in, so I took 2 packets just to get the pink out. And I was halfway grown out with my natural dark blonde. Yeah. So now that I've put another 2 packets in, so now it's kind of like, it looks blonde on camera, but in real life, it's kind of like even people have said it's kind of like, it's like a yellowy, and then it's kind of a bit like a bit of a strawberry blonde tinge. So it's kind of like the foils and everything. It doesn't look bad. Like, I mean, I've used a lot of toner as well, but yeah, like
it looks good. I think it looks good.
Thank you. I know it looks good now. I've gotten used to it. It's been a bit of a change, but like normally I get foils done because I'm a model for hairdressers, so normally it costs me nothing to get this done. Okay. So yeah, nice. I got into that a couple of years ago when I got super poor, so it makes a difference.
Gig if you can get it.
Yeah. Oh, I had fucking Tony and Guy do my hair in January for $60.
Nice.
Nice.
Well, because if you be a model for them, they just charge you for the product. That's it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also going to say hello to Kirsten, and in answering Jane, will she answer the phone if I call? Because the other day I talked to Andrew, so I didn't know she'd answer if I called. So there you go. That's a side thing. I'm not doing anything with my hair because it's too long. This is hippie length hair for me.
I'm usually
Andrew?
I haven't put it in yet. I'm still thinking about putting it in.
I'm usually like bob length, and this is just like so long that I'm just not used to this.
Yeah, I got this fringe done in June because I decided to go with the fringe, and because I got it done in May, but my hair grows really quickly, so she decided to cut this part here like super short, and now it's grown out to a good length. So hopefully the hairdressers will open next month, and then I can get it fixed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You know, and now that there's no end to lockdown, it's like, what the fuck?
I got the grey coming out at the temples as well. So yeah, if I did a buzz cut now, it would just all be grey.
If anything, this pandemic has shown how much grey I actually have. I've got like so much grey. I didn't realize I had, because I've just been dyeing my hair for so long. I didn't realize the grey had set in. So it's showing my age.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Kristen says she's got like, what is it, waist length hair?
Waist length? Oh, wow.
How do you cope, lady? Like, I mean, fuck.
When I was 18, I grew my hair so long I was almost sitting on it. And I ended up selling it to a wig maker.
Nice. Did you get paid well?
Yeah. I wanted more, but like 1995, I think I did it. And it was about $60 in mid-90s money. So
if it was virgin hair, like I've heard, like wig makers, depending on how long it is, will pay up to like 10 grand.
Yeah,
for a full head.
They were very stingy.
Oh, so Chris is going to join us too. Hey, Chris.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Chris.
How you doing, man?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
I got my haircut myself. That's what I did. I bought a haircut kit.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on.
A lot of that going around. Yeah. I didn't finish my drink.
Yeah, I just got the normal white dude haircut. First spot was like right there in the instruction booklet.
Oh, look, people are going to get real inventive with hair in this pandemic. There's going to be so many videos on YouTube of how to cut your own hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
You know, like, what else you got to do? Yeah, cheers, everyone.
Oh, hey, look, I just experimented with something I can do now.
I saw that.
It's the latest innovation from StreamYard. I can go wee, and I can move people around. Oh, how good is that?
I'm up here now. I'm over here.
It's like vertigo. Woo! Sorry. This is brand new.
Special.
Well, I got a story time for you guys.
Oh, yeah, okay. Lisa's going to give us a story time. I'm bang up for that.
So today is my day off from work. And my mum rang me up bitching about her job, and then she hung up on me. And I was like, shit, I got to go do some shopping. So, because normally we put an order into the greengrocer and they deliver, but I had to get some stuff from Coles. So I went over to Coles, and there was this guy sitting out the front. He was quite young, actually. And he was just sitting there. And you could see on his face, he was just so overwhelmed. He was crying. He didn't know what to do. Like, he was exhausted. And I saw a sign. It was saying, please help me. I'm homeless. I've lost everything. So I walked over to him and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? You know, like I had like my dressing gown on because I go in my dressing gown everywhere because it's Peter Alexander. Like, fuck, man, this thing's worth like $100 on its own. It's fashion, right? So I went and I sat down with him and I was like, hey, dude, are you okay? He's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, what's going on? He's like, oh, my God, like I'm homeless and my car ran out of rego 2 days ago and the cops pulled me up last night and I'm so afraid I'm going to like get arrested and my car getting pounded. And I was like, oh shit. I said, what happened? Like, are you all right? And he's like, nah, I got ran over by this fucking car in January because someone tried to steal my Hilux. And I was like, shit. He goes, yeah, I got run over. I got like a big femur pin in my leg. My ankle got run over by the car at a roadworks. And he goes, yeah, like, I mean, I said, oh, okay. He goes, yeah, and then my mum died and had a stroke and died. And I was like, oh, shit.
Jesus.
And he goes, yeah. And because he's a plasterer, so there's no work because of COVID. And I was like, well, why did you become homeless? He goes, oh, my girlfriend kicked me out after leaving me for her internet lover.
Oh, great.
And I was like, oh, you poor bastard. And it was terrible, right? And I said, oh, what happened? He goes, oh, that only lasted 10 days in real life. I was like, oh, shit. And he was sitting there and he was just panicking. And he was like, oh, my God, what am I going to do? I don't know. And I said to him, look, man, I've been in this position before. I know how you feel. Look, I'll pay for 3 months for your rego. So that way you don't go homeless. And he was just like, he burst in this huge ball of tears. He was like, are you serious? Like, that's a lot of money. And I was like, yeah, but it's okay. Don't worry. I've had to go online and like raise $1,600 in a week so I wouldn't go homeless, because I told him my story. And he goes, oh, my God. He goes, are you sure? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, what do you need? And so I went and brought him some breakfast, and he came back. And then I went and brought him, like, he said, I don't want to go to the physio because I stink and I smell. And I went to buy him, like, baby wipes and some deodorant and, you know, some hair and some dry shampoo and some, like, toothpaste. And when I came back with that stuff, he was like, I don't want the baby wipes. I don't want the deodorant. I don't want the dry shampoo. He goes, I'll take the toothpaste. I said, why don't you want the baby wipes, man? You need something to wipe yourself. He's like, if I take those, man, I'm committing to being homeless. He's like, no, I've got a packet.
Ooh.
I use a couple. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's what he said. He's, I'm committed. He goes, nah, I don't want it.
Yeah.
I don't want to commit to that.
Well, okay.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then I was like, hey, dude, like, you're on TAC. Like, why are you not getting any income payments? Because normally if you, like, have an accident, like, they give you income payments. And he goes, because I work as cash as a labourer, like, was a plasterer, and he didn't file any tax returns, they wouldn't pay him income bloody support, right? But they pay for his medical. And I was like, okay, dude, well, what do you actually need? And he goes, I need socks. And I was like, socks? He's like, yeah, I haven't changed my socks for like 4 or 5 days. And I was like, okay. So I took the stuff back and I went back in and got my money back. And then I went and brought him a 5-pack of socks. And then I came back out and he burst in this humongous ball of tears. He's like, oh my God, I've never been more happy to see socks in my life. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, man, I got so poor. I had to sell my PS4 with 36 games to eat. And I was like, that's a fucking crime. Like, you shouldn't have to sell your gaming system to survive. But anywho. And then we ended up, because he had Queensland rego, so we had to, like, make all these phone calls. And as I was sitting there with him, because it was just interesting talking to him, because he had a permanent marker.
Yeah.
Because he wrote down his email address on a piece of, like, cardboard and gave it to me. I was like, why have you got I went, oh, right, so this is to make the sign. He was like, yeah, I need a marker to make the sign. He goes, well, I have to choose between eating and buying things. And I was like, shit. He's like, yeah, like, he showed me the scars on his, like, thigh and on his leg. And, you know, I was like, oh, my God. And as I was sitting there, like, people started coming over and giving him notes, actual, like, $5 and $10 notes. And I was like, oh, my God. And then this young woman came over. And, like, other people, like, a guy gave him, like, a bottle of Dare, like, coffee milk. Like, everyone could see, like, he wasn't druggy. He wasn't into alcohol or anything like that. They could see he was genuinely, like, a young man that was homeless. And, like, this young woman came along and goes, here's $100. I hope you're okay. Everything's going to improve soon. And he just looked at me. He was like, this stunned look on his face. And I was like, he goes, look, I've made more money sitting here begging with you, like, sitting here with you for the last hour than I've made in 24 hours sitting here.
Wow.
Damn.
I went, holy shit. So I paid for his rego, which was like, it ended up being like, because of the late fee and that, ended up being like $320. And he goes, look, I'm not going to believe it until like, you know, because he insisted that, he was even saying to the lady on the phone, he's like, can she pay for 1 month? Can she pay for 1 month? And we're like, no, you have to pay for 3. And then you could set up to pay monthly after that. And I was like, look, dude, just change over to Victorian. Like, it's a lot easier with Victorian. He's like, yeah, like, I don't know if I'm going to get the dole for 8 to 12 weeks. And then once he calmed down, he was like, nah, I think it'd be about 4 to 6. And I was like, look, man, you're going to be okay. Like, you've hit rock bottom now. And, like, as soon as the money went through, he was like, nah. He picked up his stuff. He's like, look, I'll give you my contact details. I want to keep in contact. like, he was like, look, I ended up winning like 17 grand on the pokies like 8 or 9 years ago, gave money to my mom, gave money to all these other homeless people. I said, yeah, and here you are in the same situation. And what was really scary was he was telling me about like the accommodation, and he goes, yeah, I got one night in a hotel because I told them I was living around Williamstown, which was fucked. And because he wasn't on the dole, he couldn't get any services. And it was like, I was like, well, what are you going to do now? He goes, oh, he was not even going to give me money. He's like, look, can I give you $20 for helping me? I was like, you need the money. Like, keep the money that you've collected today. Like, you know, and he ended up giving me a cherry ripe that someone had given him. And I was like, who the fuck gives you chocolate? He goes, they think because I'm homeless, they just gave me chocolate. A guy came along and gave me like 2 packets of Tim Tams.
Ooh, delicious.
And I was like, well, that's nice, but, you know.
Nice,
like,
but
it was really interesting
like,
because
pay for anything.
Yeah, because I sat down with him and I was talking to him. I noticed other people felt like they should help him.
Yeah.
And you could see, like
you broke the ice.
Yeah. You could see. It was like other people were like, I went over and sat with him on the concrete, and I told him my story about what happened to me. And I ended up like nearly bursting ball of tears myself. And he told me at the end, he said, if you didn't tell me your story, I would not have even taken that money. And I was like, oh my God. And he even said to me, he goes, look, pensioners have been trying to give me money and I won't take it because I don't want to take their pension money.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God. He was even like trying to like put trolleys back for people without, he goes, I don't want any money. I just want to put the trolleys back. Like, he just didn't want to be a nuisance. And like, he had like a fairly new car, but at the end he was like, yeah, I think I better pay $60 to change the fuel, like the oil and the filter. And I was like, why? I was like, don't worry about that. Like, your car's going, like, just try and get yourself, you know. He goes, yeah, but if I spend $60 now, my car won't break down. And I was like, look, you know, there's like soup kitchen stuff. He's like, yeah, I know. And I was like, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to go to a backpackers tonight. I'm going to get a good night's sleep. Like, he'd stopped going to physio because of the COVID stuff, but he also stopped going to physio because he felt so ashamed about his situation. He said, yeah, guy gave me my coat, you know, like, and you could see it was genuinely homeless. Like, he even showed me his car. He was like, look, I've got all my gear in the back. There's some rubbish in here. And then he went and put his rubbish in there. And it turns out he was my age. And like, I'm 36. And I was just like, you poor bastard. Like, you've just been through the ringer. Like, I mean, and like I said to him, look, man, you've hit rock bottom. You'll go back up. I said, it'll go up and down a bit, but you'll slowly go up now. It'll be ups and downs, troughs and that, but it'll go up and then you'll plateau. And then if you want to keep going up, you'll go up. And he was like, look, can I get your contact details? You know, like, I want to keep in touch with you. I want to let you know how I'm going. I'll contact you in a few weeks. And I was like, yeah, okay. And I just said to him, look, I just hope someone buys my fridge because I got my boyfriend and I brought a new fridge with me and my boyfriend. And so I've got this like fridge I've been trying to sell. He goes, don't worry, you'll sell your fridge. I said, well, if I sell my fridge, then I've only really donated $100 because like I only want $200 for the fridge.
Right.
And he was like, yeah. Like, so that was my kind of way of trying to pay it forward a bit. And I posted about it on Facebook and everyone's been getting warm, fuzzy feels.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's just, I mean, it's just really interesting, like, the whole homeless thing. Like, it was just interesting watching his thinking. Like, he was trying to work out, because you could see he was generally trying to fix his problem. And, like, he was like, oh, man, the cops pulled me up yesterday and there were bicycle police. And, like, because I didn't, like, they pulled me over. And I said, what happened? He goes, they decided to turn their back and look the other way. And I was like, okay. He goes, yeah, like my car, when it got stolen, they didn't take it off the register. And I was driving over the Westgate. And then all the cops had followed me because they did the rego. And then they saw that it was still on the register as stolen. So they ended up getting like another bunch of cops to come. And then they ended up pulling him over and with freaking semi-automatic weapons pointed at him thinking he nicked this car.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was like, shit. And he goes, yeah, man, every time I see cops now I freak out. But then it all sorted out and they realized it was me that owned my own car. I was like, oh, you poor bastard. And he was like, yeah, like it was really, I don't know. He was like, oh, I said, look, man. I said, your luck's changed now. I happened to turn up at the right time. He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, my God, I can't believe that. And I was like, well, you know what? He goes, I don't want cash. I don't want cash. Don't give me cash. Just pay for the rego. I don't want any money. Like, I don't want you to give me cash. I don't mind if you pay me the rego.
Yeah.
And because he had that kind of thought of like a bit of relief, then people started coming and actually helping him.
I just like Megaleech's joke. This whole story has been an elaborate plan for Lisa to get to buy her fridge.
Fuck off. By the way, if anybody wants to buy my fridge, that would be great.
Hey, if I leave you crazy kids to chat, and if I switch off my microphone while I make my first cocktail video, does that work for you?
Sure.
Yeah. What? How long are you going to be?
It takes about 10 minutes to shoot the video.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
like,
as long as we've got someone who can do conversational stuff.
Oh, you've got me, man. It's fine.
I'm an introvert.
Yeah. Well,
we need an extrovert with the extrovert
Look, Andrew
powers.
knows I'll chat away. The whole thing is I did a panel with him. When did we do that panel, Andrew?
I don't know, like 6 months ago or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, where I sat there and was a fucking know-it-all that knew nothing and acted like a fangirl.
Yeah, but it was good. It was good.
That was the only chick on the panel, man. But it was good. It was good.
All right.
What was the panel about?
Oh, wait a second. Let Lisa tell that story. I'm going to switch off my microphone, and which also
and there you go.
involves switching off the speaker so I can't hear you.
Oh
no! Because I'm recording a video, so I need the sound to go away.
That makes sense.
So I'm going to leave.
All right.
I'm going to leave you all to your own devices and switch off the microphone and catch you.
Well, I'm reading here that Safa says I'm a good person.
That's nice.
Joanna says, hi, Charlie. Charlie says, hello, everyone. Joanna says, haha, that's gorgeous. And Celtic King reckons that he loves Angry Aussie's previous cocktail video.
Well, who doesn't?
So I'm just reading the comments. So, yeah, so about 6 months ago, it would have been it was before COVID anyway. And I ended up getting invited to like a local YouTube meetup that was like, you know, it was kind of like this guy was trying to get meetups started, which was a really good thing. Like, you know, he was obviously trying, and he wanted.
Do that? Have you?
Yeah. He wanted to run a panel to try and get people to like learn about YouTube and stuff. And like, I'm only a small YouTuber, and I'm a bit of a I'll just have a go at anything just for the sake of it. So, you know, and I was like, yeah, I'll put my name up for the panel. Like, I know fuck all about creating a massive audience. I'll give it a go. And
funny.
Yeah, right. But I was the only woman on the panel. It was me and this one other woman. Were the only two women in the whole room of like 20 people.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was me, Andrew, New Sensei, and there was this other guy who does he does like Nerf guns and shit. And you could tell that I was the one that kind of was the fangirl on the panel, whereas like Andrew and the others are all new things. And people were asking me questions like, oh no, we'll be fine, we'll get you there. And when I watched the panel back on Andrew's channel, like a couple of days later, I just sat there, I was like, okay, I need to slap myself because I look like a fuckwit. Like, I hate those people that go on things like, I know everything, but they know nothing. I became the very person I didn't like.
Yeah.
So
that'll do it.
And I contacted the bloke I did the panel with, and I was like, yeah, I'm a bit of a fuckwit that knows nothing. He's like, well, yeah, you kind of are, but we didn't want to say anything because, you know, like, there's no other women doing it. And, like, there's only one other woman there, and she was a queer woman, and she was absolutely lovely. And she was like, yeah, there's only me and you, the only chicks in here. I was like, yeah, we're the only women that were there.
That's it. No,
and I met some lovely people there, and they were really nice. And it's such a shame that Cunt Vid hit, because otherwise it actually could have grown that meetup.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, the guy did, like, he had a meeting room.
Did you just call it Cunt Vid?
Yeah, Cunt Vid.
Yeah. Not COVID, not coronavirus, just Cunt Vid.
It's Cunt Vid 19.
Andrew is doing all of these hand motions up there. It's
hilarious.
Yeah.
We should rate it.
Up there,
He really does like to use his hands when he talks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to write a video at the moment because I'm trying to help a woman find her missing sister.
Yeah.
No, she's been missing for 16 years.
Oh my god.
Dang.
Yeah. So it's from back home in my hometown, and it's been a mystery for the last 16 years. So I've been studying the year 2004, which is when she went missing. Oh, the fashion was a fucking horror show back then. Oh god,
it was amazing, is what it was.
It was an amazingly shit because I'm fat, so therefore I couldn't fit in any of that crap. Like,
I think
it was like,
in 2004 I was 350 pounds and a freshman in high school.
What's that in
America?
Yes, I'm from America.
Yeah, what's that in the rest of the world units?
Basically fat.
So I don't really know how to explain it, but extremely fat. So fat
I was
that
like
my
a
doctor
size.
pulled out a chart and he said, "This is where you are. If you get fatter, you're going to die."
Wow.
Yeah.
So what did you do about it?
Pretty motivating.
Well, first I didn't do anything. I just got depressed. Because before this all happened, I used to be very athletic. I was a basketball player in Indiana.
Yeah.
Huge thing. And I was the best player in middle school. And then I tore my back out in middle school because I kept gaining so much weight. And then at the beginning of high school, and I get told this, I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do? So eventually what I ended up doing is I just, I had to walk a lot. Because in high school, it was right after, it's funny you talk about the guy who was homeless. My house burnt down in 8th grade. And so me and my family were homeless, which was ironic. And after that happened, my mom was working all the time. My dad lived across town, and I was in a lot of extracurricular stuff. And I always had to walk across town to get home, which was like 7 miles. I was in a small city in Indiana. And so walking 7 miles, and then eventually I got a bike that they had a raffle. So there's this like the Boys and Girls Club, which is it's like a club that kids go to that don't have a home to go to during the afternoons. They go there after school.
Sure.
And so I was going there, and I was like, I gotta lose weight. So I would walk there instead of taking the late bus. And then eventually, the girl that I had a crush on at the time, she was all like, we had a banquet dinner, and I got all these awards for like being a really, I don't know, people think I'm nice or something, but I won a bunch of stuff for being great spirited, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Obviously, they like felt bad for some kid who had nowhere to go, and his parents were never around, and he was trying to lose weight. You know, they just felt bad about me, and I was still genuinely nice about it. So they're like, oh, here's all these awards. Here's a fancy banquet dinner. And they were all like, at the banquet dinner where I win this bike, and that's how I lost the weight. But the banquet dinner, the guy getting the orders was like, well, how do you like your steak, sir? And I'm like, I've never had steak. And I was 14 years old. Never had it in my life. Yeah. And then, what
the fuck is Angry doing with the spoon? Is he gonna cook up some crack?
He's gonna scoop it all up. But anyway, they figured it out, and the girl that had a crush on me felt bad for me, and she saw my name in the jar to win the bike, and she knew I was trying to get a bike, so she pulled the name out. She's all like, "Oh, Chris Whitmer, you won!" It's the only thing I ever won at that point, outside of a couple basketball games, and I was like, "Oh my God!" Then I had a bike, and then I just ate moderately healthy and rode a bike 7 miles a day, 2, 3, 4 times, and that'll help you lose weight. So that's what happened.
Oh yeah,
that'll help.
Yeah, well, let's just say 2000.
I miss riding bikes.
Do you?
Yeah, actually, I just got an electric bike, which is fantastic because I got messed up lungs now. I got chronic bronchitis, which living here with a pre-existing condition like that is fucking horrifying. But I got an email today where someone was all like, "Hey, so do you want to come back and work?" So a different state, Idaho. They're allowing events and, like 1,000 people in a crowd at a football game in high school. Yeah, no, what's worse could happen? And can you just travel across state lines? We're not even supposed to travel in between counties.
Okay.
And we'll check your temperature.
Fuck that. That's dodgy.
I'm like, So yeah, I was like, I'm good on that one. But
look, dude, I'm in Melbourne and it's fucked. Like,
yeah,
we can only go.
I heard it was.
It's fucked. I'm lucky I have a job, so
Yes,
I can go to work.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's why I helped this homeless guy out today, because I was like,
yeah, it's hard because like people like that are not going to get jobs from.
Well, he said to me, he was like, the only reason he went to beg was because he had a mask on, because that way people didn't know who he was. And you could see it, like, he really was, like, very in a bad spot. Like, he was not on drugs or anything like that. He was like, I'm having a fucking hard time. And I'm like, well, at least if you can keep your car for another 3 months, you won't. And, like, it was like,
having a car is really beneficial when you're homeless. Like,
well, it's not just.
I know from experience, it's really nice.
I know that from experience, too.
Yeah, the fact that two people in this chat know that make me feel better.
Yeah, well, I mean, I am from America, so we just suffer constantly.
Yeah, true. And your president is a cunt.
He is terrifying. Everything.
Actually, no, that's an insult to my vagina. I should not call him that. He's a fucking asshole.
Yeah. Well, he's a Cheeto is what he is.
He needs to be shot, but I shouldn't say that online because I might never be able to go to America again.
And you got a guy from America here, and this is Comcast, so they're logging everything. And,
well, I'm sorry, it was a joke. I don't believe that the president should be shot.
No, never.
No, but JFK was shot.
It's like
I wouldn't want the death of anyone, but there are certain people whose obituaries I would smile at. And
agreed.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, I live in the Portland area, and all the
Oregon.
Yeah, well, I'm in Vancouver, Washington, just across the bridge.
Cool.
And it's a beautiful it's been a great place to live, but over the years, people who are not from here slowly and what is he doing with that drink?
Charlie Litton just came out with a call. He says a cancerous polyp on the anus of humanity.
Accurate. But that is funny. Anyway,
fuck me gently with a chainsaw. Like, I mean, that's gold.
That's fried gold right there. But for about the past 10 years or so out here, more and more people who don't live here keep coming here to piss off people that live here.
Well, because I have weed. You have weed. That's why.
No, for political reasons, not for marijuana. Most of these people are right-wing nut jobs. Like, we're talking. We had the anti-gay people. Then we had the anti-crime people. Then we had the racist people. Then we had anti-homeless people, and now we have that's the thing. And now we have people that are anti-Antifa, and they can't finish the word anti-fascist, because if they finish the word anti-fascist and saying they're against them would make them understand that they're fascists. But instead they call them Antifa, the Antifas, and the black.
Yes,
they're coming. And so like they're driving hours in, and they'll come right down my road because I live in downtown Vancouver, right down Main Street here with their fucking Trump flags out, calling every black person an N-word and fucking raising hell and like fucking shooting.
Only in America.
And it's like it's gotten this bad because the police department for Portland, none of those officers live in Portland proper. They drive into work. So you have a Republican right-wing, a lot of neo-Nazi in the police force, slowly infiltrated it, and now they're backing up their buddies that come in from way out there. I mean, we got people that come from Florida, all the way from Florida, to have a rally here about how they hate us. And then everything you see in the media about how our protests are violent, well, maybe it's because we've had people mace us, beat us, and try and kill us for years on end. That might be why people are a little angry in Portland.
Yeah.
Look, man, I'm telling you, America is a fucking. I've been twice.
It's a great place to visit.
It's a great place for a holiday. You couldn't
it's
fucking pay me to stay there.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
I live in Canada.
I would pay you to leave. Like, I would pay you to never come. I'll pay you to get the hell out of here. You don't want to be here.
GTFO!
No, I think. But Chris, you've been talking about getting out of there yourself, yeah?
Yeah, I know that I can get.
Go to Canada.
Once the COVID restrictions are down, I can go to Canada for 6 months every year. I can
Fuck yeah, I do it.
Yeah,
I would
right.
leave.
Yeah, and it's only 100 or so miles away with Victoria and Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other place I've been looking at is New Zealand, but I've been wanting to go there since I was like 15.
Oh, go live in New Zealand, man. That place is fucking sick. I was talking about that with a boyfriend, and I said to him, how would you feel if we moved to New Zealand? He's already lived there once. He was like, yeah, I'll go do that with you. I'd rather live there for a year.
Yeah.
I was like Jacinda Ardern is the reason I want to live there. I'm like, that chick's all over it.
She's great, but I've always liked New Zealand. They've been just trending in a great direction for a very long time.
Well, it's not just that. Like, they got their actual lifestyle is actually quite good.
Yes, they have a great quality of life. And you know what? They didn't try to murder all the indigenous people there. Isn't that lovely?
Well, it's because of the.
They did a bit of it. They did a bit of it.
Yeah.
The Maori
Yeah,
are
but
the most
it's
warlike
not
indigenous
as-
people in the world.
Yeah.
It's not as black and white as that, because the whole thing about the Maoris is that they were the only race besides the Zulu warriors that fought the English to a standstill. So basically they were like, look, we'll kill you all you white people, or make an agreement, because that's what they were going to do.
Yeah.
So that's why, and the Treaty of Waitangi kind of fucked them over anyway, but the point being is that they were like, look, we're big angry Maoris and we'll kill you, basically. I mean, we'll put your head on a stake and you can fuck off back to wherever you came from. Yeah. And they're like, I think we better negotiate here. That's the thing. And
with the Native Americans, when the French were doing Quebec, they had to be a lot more treaty than diplomatic with the natives in Quebec and the northeast of the United States, because the French didn't have a massive army like the British did. The British always had a massive militaristic style about them. The French, not so much, especially with colonizing stuff in the Americas. So a lot more like that, where they were great and everything.
Well, until what's his face, Bonaparte came around.
Until Bonaparte came
that little fucker. Yeah.
He is a little fucker. He's short. And he fucks.
I'm sorry, that's
not that short.
No, he's like 5'6" or something, which was quite average.
He's about my height, but he always gets very tiny. He always had his portrait taken with like giant strapping soldiers, so everyone thought he was short. But he was like my height. It's like I'm not that short.
Yeah. He was short compared to other men.
Not at the time.
Yeah.
He was a very average height for the time.
Oh, was he, Andrew?
That is true.
Okay.
Yes.
It's just everyone's short to me because I'm like almost 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
I'm on my third glass of wine.
Chris, are you really nearly 7 foot tall?
I am 6'5", so I am very tall.
The webcams are really deceptive. You on a webcam, you look the same height as me.
Oh, well, that's because I'm all hunkered down. Like, this is what I really look like. Yeah. I can go up like 3 inches. I mean,
yeah. It was always the funniest thing with YouTube when people are talking to videos. You're always like at eye level with them, and whether it's conscious or subconscious, you get this feeling that you'd always look them in the eye if you talk to them. And then if you meet someone who's either really tall or really short, it's really disorienting.
Yeah, I've gotten that before. People are all like, "You are a lot taller than I thought you were," and I'm like, well, I could have filmed all my videos like this, but this isn't very helpful. But the other day, like every time I try to get anything in the fridge, I just sit down on the floor and go through it. So
yeah. Yes.
Anyway.
And Michael H points out my big head throws everything out of scale anyway. So
I was going to read that, but I didn't want to be mean.
No, it's real. Like I said so many times, I have so much trouble getting a hat that fits me. And when I do, one of my friends go, that's a nice hat. And I go, do you want to try it on? And they go, sure. And they put it on and it goes twinch and falls down to here.
You and my boyfriend get along well because Ian's got like that same kind of problem.
The big head.
The big head, yeah.
Yeah.
My head's pretty big. I got a nice little. I don't know what to call it. It's not a cowboy hat. It's like a prospector hat. How did they get like the fucking XL one? It was like the biggest one they had. Yeah. And I'm all like, all right, that fits me. It's great for when I go out and hike. It keeps the sun off me.
Yeah. But hey, Chris, if your head was as big as mine, it would be in proportion for you because you're like a foot taller than me. And
Andrew has a big head, I can vouch.
This little guy with this stupid big head. So
yeah, but that means you got brains, Andrew.
Yeah, that or my thick skull, one of the two.
Yeah, well, the Neanderthals had massive heads, but they weren't very smart. So,
well, there's apparently two schools of thought about that with the Neanderthals. Getting into some weird arcane science, there is one school of thought that thinks the Neanderthals were actually at least as advanced as the Homo sapiens, but they had a total different physiology and they didn't adapt as well when the climate changed, and the Homo sapiens outbred them and sort of took over the environment. Because for years we were taught Neanderthals were dumb because they had these weird big skulls and stuff. And I think there are still some schools of thought, because we're guessing. We don't know.
Well, I mean, we can go back and ask our ancestors, but you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've all got Neanderthal DNA in us. That was proven recently. There was a lot of interbreeding between Homo sapiens and
yeah.
Incidentally, I'm really happy with the color of it. This is the first time I've made this cocktail to drink.
What is it, Andrew?
It's called.
Yeah, we don't know what it is.
It's called Bitter in Brazil. I'm making a bunch of videos with a Brazilian spirit called cachaça because it's Brazil's national day next Monday. And then at the end of the week, they round off what I'm sure is a week of partying with what they call Cachaça Day. It's like, cachaça is like a cousin of rum. It's a white spirit that's a cousin of rum. So tonight, I'm going to be making 3 different cachaça cocktails. This one has Amaro in it, which is why it's really brown.
Well, Andrew, when the restrictions lift enough, you and I definitely got to do that video. Actually, can I show you the wall that I painted in my studio? I need you guys to see it.
Okay, definitely.
Yeah, because I'm just waiting for uni to refund my money because I'm going to buy a new camera. Because I was telling the others before that I'm doing a video to help a woman back from my hometown find her missing sister.
Okay.
So she's only like a year younger than me. So let's see. How do I turn the camera around on this, Cam? No?
Yeah, that's not it.
Can you actually turn the camera around? Okay, here we go. Camera. Okay. Facing front? No. Facing back. Okay. So that's my wall.
Ooh, that's nice. That's a nice backdrop.
That's pink.
You like the pink?
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Yes. So that's my other one.
Yeah.
So the boyfriend helped clean all this up, as you can see.
Well, you got your ring
We've
light.
got a ring light, $300.
Everyone
got my lights. This is all my nerdy shit that I had on the wall, but we've taken down. So, you know, like this kind of mad, kind of really beautiful, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all got to come back. A lot of it's signed. So, you know.
I have a signed poster right here, actually. It's funny.
What's your one, Chris?
That is for the college I worked for last year, Eastern. This is the football team. They won the national championship for football, but it's like the tiniest level of NCAA.
Yeah.
So. Cool.
But yeah, that middle guy
guys,
for the NFL.
I just need to go pee. I'll be back.
Okay, you have fun with that.
As much as I want to sit on the toilet and pee with you, I was like, I think it's a bit too much in this live stream. So hang on.
Okay, you're going to leave us for a bit. This is for Kirsten.
I need to pee.
This is for Kirsten. She wanted to know what the Amari was. It's got 3/4 of an ounce of Punta Mez and just a splash of Fernet Branca, like half a bar spoon of Fernet Branca in it. So it's like 45 mils of cachaça, 3/4 of an ounce, like 20. That's 22.5 mils of orange curacao. I used my marionette. 3/4 of an ounce of Punta Mez, and just a splash of Fernet Branca and like a bar spoon of sugar syrup. So it's really nice. It's got this depth of flavor from the Punta Mez and Fernet Branca, but it's not too bitter. I don't like super bitter drinks. Some people are into really bitter drinks like fucking Campari, and that's too bitter for me. Crazy Italians and their love for really bitter drinks.
The Italians. Oh, there you go.
But no, this is pretty good. I'm liking this with one of my big chunks of clear ice.
Clear ice.
Yeah, love the big chunk of ice.
Kind of a staple.
Yeah,
for sure.
And an insulated coffee mug, and put the water in that, and put that in the freezer with the lid off, and then you get directional freezing because it can't freeze from the sides because the cup's
it's insulated. It has to freeze from the top.
Has to freeze from the top down, and that pushes all the impurities down. So when it freezes all the way down, all the impurities, the air bubbles and stuff that you always get in ice, are all pushed down to the final little bit of ice, and then you can just cut that off, and so you have this really
just chop it off.
Yeah, chop it off, and you have this really clear ice. It's a real sort of hack of how to get clear ice, but it works. Jim, is pink gin too bitter? I'm not a huge gin drinker. I mix it rather than drink it straight, but most gins are fine with me. I'll mix them with something. Kirsten is the gin queen. Kirsten is the gin expert that I always ask for advice on gin.
Yeah, that reminds me of something funny. I don't drink, but my really good friend Jesse, he drinks occasionally, and funniest thing with him is every time he like an Applebee's or something, he goes to these just the most random places that serve drinks, but you don't go there to get a drink. And every time we do, he orders a white Russian. And every time he gets it, he's all like, they never get that right. I
because
swear,
there's a shit place.
This has happened like 100 times, and he has the exact same facial expression, exact same response. Oh, they never get that right. So like, why do you keep ordering it? We can go to a bar, and he's like, but you don't drink. And I'm like, but I like a good time.
Yeah, I'll hang out.
No, you just go and sit there and socialize. Yeah.
Bars have non-alcoholic drinks too.
Yeah,
right, they do.
Jim's asking me if I do Angostura bitters. Dude, I've got all sorts of bitters. In fact, if you look on my cocktail channel, I made a cocktail called a Trinidad Sour, which is basically all bitters. Instead, like normally you just put a couple dashes of bitters in a drink. Trinidad Sour is 1.5 ounces, 45 mils of Angostura. It's okay. It's a slightly challenging drink, but as opposed to like Campari, which I just can't drink.
Man, I think she's had too much wine.
Yeah, I made as an experiment. I made it to the same recipe, but with a Creole bitters, Peychaud's bitters, which is a different style of bitters, and it's red. Like Angostura bitters is really brown, so you make this thing with all Angostura bitters, and you've got a really brown drink. Peychaud's bitters is red, so when I made it to the same recipe but with Peychaud's bitters, it was a really nice red. And I was like, no, I've never seen anyone recommend do this with Peychaud's bitters. This could be a horrible, horrible mistake. So I made it and I tasted it, and I loved it. It was better than a Trinidad Sour. So I will go bitters in a drink, most definitely. I've heard of that. Talking about a Czech spirit called Becherovka. I've heard of that one.
Yeah, well, when I went to Adelaide last year, fuck, I drank some gin. I drank a shit ton of gin. I went to this I went on a wine tour, right? And this is before me and my boyfriend were like getting together, but I got him to look after the dog. And then somehow someone stole my house key from my mailbox. So here I am on this wine tour with him ringing me going, where's the house key? And I'm like, should be in the mailbox. And he's like, no, it's not there, and your dog's locked in the fucking apartment. And I'm like, shit. So he ended up changing the locks, and I was like, look, I'll give you the money. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. And he had to go to the airport to go and get my keys and everything else. It was a fucking nightmare. So anyway, but on the tour, I met this American guy, and I said to him, hey, do you want to go and drink some gin? Yeah, no, he was nice. And we went gin bar hopping in Adelaide, and we went to this place called Prohibition Gin Bar because we just looked it up. They had Australian green ant gin.
Ah, yes, the green ant
fucking
gin.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, and it was $19 for a tasting paddle, so you got like 4, and they had all the dressings and everything. And then we went to another, like, it was like a hotel where they served like Kangaroo Island gin, and bit shit. Their gin was a bit shit. The Mulberry one was nice, and then we went to this other place, and they served mac and cheese spring rolls with yeah. This guy went and ordered it because he was like, I need to try this. I was like, fuck it. It was $13 for like 4 of them, and it came with like the McDonald's special sauce.
Ah.
And it was fucking to die for. And we got gin that was with like dried pineapple, and it was so good because we had to eat. And then we went to this other gin bar where they kind of gave us a mixture of everything. Like one was like with like dried lemon and cranberries and fucking dried orange, and it was just a wank and a half. And for $70 of going to 5 gin bars, I was off my tree. And like in Adelaide, you can walk everywhere. It was like half a kilometre, but I'm in heels about this high.
Yeah.
You know.
God.
Yeah, boots. And I said to him, I'll just get an Uber. He's like, we can walk there. I'm like, fuck this. I'll pay $8 and save my ass. So
It's not a shoe, it's a weapon.
That there was definitely a weapon. You could kill someone with those things. And they were thick. They were like around that thick, you know, like big, thick cunts.
You could really take them out with it, yeah.
Yeah.
I was hot though. But yeah, because I hadn't had a holiday in like over a year at that point, and my manager and I used to talk. I used to go to work and talk to my manager for half an hour after I started and still go to work. What the fuck? So, anywho, he was like, help me book the flights and everything. It was hilarious. And he was like, go to Tasmania. I was like, I can't afford to go to Tasmania, man. I've only got 3 days off. Look, I'll go to Adelaide. It's cheaper. And like the actual wine tours, they're only like $90
because it's Adelaide.
They were so cheap.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah.
Like, no, Adelaide, I would go back to Adelaide for a holiday tomorrow. It was so cheap and it was so good. Yeah. And like I went to Harndorf and everything. It was really fun. Like, I mean, I had a great time, except for the fact that my keys went missing. But like otherwise it was really good.
Yeah.
Like,
Kirsten's done the gin tour in South Australia.
Oh,
yeah.
I would do that with Kirsten. Like seriously, like I went to Hague's, like to the chocolate factory. That was really cool.
Yeah, that does
like,
seem good. Yeah,
they sell freckles there, dude.
Nice.
They invented the freckle.
A white truffle that's like my favorite chocolate I've ever had.
Oh,
so Kirsten was pointing out the gin thing. Lots of Aussie distilleries use ryeberry, which is the fruit of the lily pilly, to get the gin to be pink without having to put sugar in. And then Stella followed up with, she was growing a lily pilly hedge just to screen out their shit in neighbours. She was going to make jam from the berries, but now she knows she can make booze. That's even better.
Yeah, in Yarraville here in Yarraville, there's a Vietnamese family that have like all these lily pilly trees in the front of their house. And like I didn't do it this year. I think I did it last year or the year before. And I went there and I picked all the lily pillies, and they came out and they were like, "Oh, what are you going to do with all this fruit?" Because they were loaded. And I said, "I'm going to make jam." And they went, "You can make jam from these?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're a native Australian fruit, and it makes the nicest jam that you'll ever try."
Yeah.
And you have it with cheese, and it's fucking nice.
You know what's a really good jam up here is huckleberry. Or so let's call it huckleberry.
I'll be your huckleberry. So that always just makes me think of the
Yes. Especially out here because it grows wild at a certain elevation in the mountains. So they have whole farms that just specialize in local huckleberry farming. And oh my god, it's just delicious.
Yes.
What
So
does
huckleberry-
it taste like? Strawberry, or what does it actually taste like?
It's really hard to pinpoint down. It's kind of
Tastes
like,
like huckleberries.
I mean, it does. I mean, it's just like it's like a blueberry, but like different.
Okay.
That's about the best I can say.
If someone says huckleberry, I'm either thinking of the old cartoon character Huckleberry Hound, or
Oh my god!
Very
Yeah.
thin.
Tombstone, the film with Val Kilmer playing a dying Doc Holliday, and the line he says to the bad outlaws when he's basically threatening them to shoot them, he goes, "I'll be a huckleberry."
Yeah.
And it's like that sounds friendly, but it's clearly very, very threatening.
Yeah.
Doc Holliday, one of the most renowned gunmen, just going like, "Hey, Johnny Ringo, I'll be your huckleberry." Oh, God, dude, what the
Hey,
fuck?
Chris,
Yeah.
do you have IKEA in the States?
Yes. In fact, there is an IKEA within 5 miles of my house.
Have you
There
tried
you
the
go.
lingonberry? Have you tried the lingonberry jam that they sell, or the cloudberry?
The last time I went to an IKEA, I got into a tiff with my. I was started to argue with my friend who went there about curtains. We went there to shop for curtains for our television studio, and so we were in there and we're having a tiff about curtains. And they got the cafeteria by the checkout, and the cashier was just all like, "So, are you and your boyfriend redecorating?" And I was all like, "Oh, honey, I wouldn't date him if you paid me."
Nice.
Yeah, that was
Nice.
a good time. Good time. Oh my god, I miss those days. Oh, back when I ran a television studio,
Yeah.
it was like, hey, so we have to shut down in 6 months, and the guy that ran the place left. So you want a job for 6 months? And I'm like, yeah.
Stella says this is one of the reasons IKEA is hell on earth.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, love IKEA.
And nothing wrong with IKEA. I just never go there.
I look. My boyfriend and I did quite a few trips to IKEA in the lockdown until it actually shut. You know,
I just figured out I am less than 3 kilometers away from IKEA.
There you
oh, you
go.
can go and get
You can go
meatballs.
to IKEA.
I'm like it's on a
Cheap
tram line
breakfast.
that I live.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to make my second cocktail. So that means I'm switching off my microphone again for a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Oh, great, I've got to hold it a whole while now.
So I'm just going to switch off the speaker. And I'm going to make a cocktail called an Esmeralda. So I'm switching off my microphone. I'll be back in a bit.
Sure.
Charlie says he used to live near the IKEA in Logan. I don't know how to react to that because I feel sorry for you, the fact that you lived in Logan.
That's funny. So 3
Funny.
kilometers. What is that in miles? Is that like 1.5 miles?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. The kilometers like
something
double,
like that.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because out here in Washington, Oregon, we're not supposed to leave counties, but because I live in Vancouver, and like if you want to get most of anything done, you have to go to Portland. That's Multnomah County. So like, and even though I keep going out for like these like hikes and shit way out in the mountains, they're still technically in the county because we're so surrounded by mountains. So I haven't left like 30 miles from my house. Even though the rest of the U.S. is like, I'm gonna go travel across the country and I'm gonna get married.
Mega Leech says it's 1.9 miles.
See, there you go. So it's just
Okay.
about like here, it's like in these 2 states, you can't really go anywhere, and also other than restaurants, everything's closed. And how would you go in a restaurant? Like take the mask off, you're infected, done. Like that's it. You got it, son. They
Hey,
take all
my
the
local-
HVAC vents.
My local bakery's making a fucking killing right now.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like I've been going. I just get takeout or delivery. I got Postmates. I go there. I grab it. I leave. I don't. Even
Oh, but
take
I
my
had
mask
Uber
off.
Eats last night. I had Uber Eats come.
Yeah, you have Uber there. Interesting. I didn't know they were.
Yeah, I
also-
was an Uber driver. It was shocking. That's
You
why I
were an
helped
Uber
this
driver.
guy.
Yeah, they
I
almost quit
Son of a
everything in
job.
California like a couple weeks ago because they were like, "Hey, so you got to make you guys employees because they're employees." And Uber was like, "Okay, we're gonna leave." And then California was like, they signed their court case got paused because of what was happening. And so now it's just in lingo. But it's like a lot of people are really pissed off at Uber here because it's like, really, you can't. They're clearly employees. They're clearly working for you.
Yeah. And over here, because they're considered gig employees, I don't think they can even claim JobKeeper.
Interesting. Yeah, I was an independent contractor at this place here. Before that, I was an employee. So I hate being an independent contractor though, because it's a fucking nightmare. Because it's like,
I know the pain. It's fucked.
It's a pain in the ass, mostly because at the end of the day, for me, for what I'm doing and how short the sports seasons are and how sporadic it can be, because I have to work for multiple people. And working for multiple people is a lot easier when you're just an employee. Because then the taxes, now in Washington State, we don't pay state taxes, we only pay federal taxes. We pay very little in taxes. So I just being an employee at 3 places with how much money I make, because of how high the cost of living is here, I'm technically below the poverty line. So I get free healthcare from the government, which is like amazing. Only in this state though, not maybe in Oregon. I'm very lucky for that.
You're talking to Australians. We already get free healthcare.
Yeah. Even the homeless guy was getting free fucking like psychology appointments.
You know,
because he had a car accident, he got all these medical covered, and if he had actually been declaring his taxes, they would have paid him a wage. That's why he was like, "I'm never not paying tax again."
That's funny. Now, the worst part about the healthcare that I've gotten my whole life is that in America, I don't know how this works in other countries, they go by the number of teeth for dental visits. So, like, if you're like me and you drank leaded water as a kid, the water in Indiana was poisonous. It was terrible. And it ate away the enamel of your teeth, and you already had weak enamel, and you get really bad teeth like this. And you just sit there for years with the tooth decaying inside because they can't get to it because they have to fill the rest of your teeth. So you go to the dentist, they come up with a treatment plan, and they'll do 4 teeth. And it's like, that's all we can do. And then you're like, but my mouth is falling apart. Come back next year. It's horrible.
Dental is one of the things that isn't covered by our healthcare.
It was about 10 years ago, but it was like if you had a chronic condition, and I should have cashed in on it and said I had back pain. Yeah. And they gave like $4,000 worth. But yeah, dental's something that's not covered here. But like all Australians, we just go to fucking Bali and pay fuck all. You know, that's what you can get there. But now no one can.
Yeah, that's true because of the restrictions. But yeah, no, I know that like out here, any movement for the past like half decade for Medicare for All included dental, because I just think it's kind of barbarian to be like, look, you covered, all right, but you're gonna have to eat soup for a year because you just can't afford to fix those teeth.
It's just fucked. Like, I mean,
it's like really fucked up. Like that is shocking to me. It's like, why would you have health care without dental care? You can literally get a tumor. You need your teeth. You actually need you can get an abscess in your gum, because I've gotten one before, and it can pop. And if you swallow that, you are dead.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of healthcare. I do know in some places, though, if you go to like an urgent care or a hospital, they'll treat you to the point of which you're not going to like have an abscess kill you or anything like that. They'll stabilize you till you can get to a dentist.
Well, I just had Charlie say to me, you can get free dental if you have a low-income healthcare card, and I wouldn't let students do it. Now, I live in Victoria, and I ended up being like super poor, and I went to the dental hospital, and I've got a back tooth that's like broken off years ago, and it aches from time to time. And I went to the dental hospital. My mum paid for the appointment, because even if you got a healthcare card, you still got to pay like a gap of like $20 or something. And they said to me, yeah, basically there's nothing we can do. You need a root canal. And I was like, well, can't you do that? They're like, no, we can't. You're just going to have to go on a waiting list. And the waiting list was like 2 years long.
Yeah, that's – because then at that point it has to get removed because it's gotten too bad.
Yeah, like I'm okay now. Like I have private health now. I even had private health then, which was dumb.
Yeah, and it's like for from most people I know, most people in my friends group, it's kind of a thing now. Like when we were growing up, we just assumed private insurance was a thing. That's just how the world worked. But now we all kind of see that like private healthcare is like evil, pure and simple, and we want to do everything we can to get rid of it. So
yeah,
that's our thing. But speaking of root canals, I had when I was getting my teeth done, I had like the guy did 4 root canals at once and saved all my front teeth.
oh,
Yep, he saved all my front teeth, so that's nice. Actually, it didn't hurt at all. He's an expert. Don't ask me how, but I walked into a dentist, and this guy is like the main expert in all of Southwest Washington for root canals. I didn't even know this.
Hey, look, man, if Americans knew about how cheap fucking Bali and Thailand was to get their teeth done, they'd be fucking flying here in droves.
It's funny, actually. My friend flew to Thailand about a year ago. She spent like a couple months there. She said it was like, it's amazing. Everything's so cheap. I was able to be here for a month. And I'm like,
Australians go there all the time, like to get stuff done.
yeah. So I was looking at a map of Australia, and Victoria looks incredibly small compared to the other like states.
Yeah, it is. It's quite small. You can drive across it in 3 hours. Like, because I'm from New South Wales, and it's like one of the biggest states. And
Yeah,
I basically I live most of my life in New South Wales and Queensland. And then I was born in Victoria. Like we only stayed here for about 8 months, and then we moved back to New South and Queensland. And my mother was like, yeah, moving to Victoria, like you'd be surprised how tiny it is. Like from from Melbourne, I can drive to Adelaide in 8 hours, which is, I can drive, it takes me 4 hours just to get to the border. Yeah. If I want to drive from Melbourne to Albury Wodonga, it's like 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's nothing. Like it's fuck all.
Yeah, I didn't think people drove that much in Australia because outside of like the one area, there isn't anywhere to go.
Well, in New South Wales, it's really common. Like my hometown in North Coast New South Wales, like people would drive. Well, now it's like a 2-hour drive to a major city, whereas before it was like 3. I used to drive from Sydney to Kempsey, and it used to be 6 hours. And now that drives like 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
And like New South Wales is huge. And it's really common back home where I'm from to drive a lot. Whereas in Victoria, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you drove like 3 hours to go somewhere. That's a long way. I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, no, I've driven across the United States probably from when I was about 15 or 16 till when was the last time I had a big drive? About 28. I hate driving now because I've driven probably 10 or 20,000 miles. It's a ridiculous amount. Like I've driven from Chicago to Birmingham, and then back and forth. Then I drove from Chicago all the way out here to like Portland to the West Coast like 10 times, and that is like 2,500 goddamn miles, and you get over and over and over, and it never ends. And I hate it. I can't stand driving. I'll never do it again.
Oh, so, I drive for a living, dude. So, like, yeah. I
mean, like, I have an electric car that I love. I won't drive more than like a couple hours because I have to stop every couple hours anyway when I'm on a road trip, just because I have to go to the bathroom all the time because I'm an old lady. But, yeah, it's just, but like, I gave up on the whole road trip thing. Now
I've driven in the States, and I love driving in America. It's such a fucking joy. Like, American driving is so easy compared to Australia. Like, it's just, the roads are way better.
Driving here is relatively easy, but
it's fun.
The problem is it is incredibly expensive to be able to drive. And so for a lot of people, it sucks because they just walk down highways with no sidewalks for miles on end. And a lot of people get hit and killed that way. So it's not a good thing that you can drive forever and everything here, honestly. If roads weren't as prevalent as they were, we could have high-speed rail, and it wouldn't take 4 days to take a train from Chicago to Portland, which I've done 10 times. I would give anything for Montana to not exist, but it does exist. And for some goddamn reason, the speed limit is 95 on the rails, and they won't increase it.
Damn.
Oh, look, Australia needs a high-speed train, man. I caught the train from Melbourne to Moss Vale last year to go to a friend's wedding overnight in first class, and it was fucked.
Yeah, I was looking at trains out there, and yeah, there's no high-speed rail in Australia or in New Zealand, which makes no sense to me in New Zealand because like the trip would be like less than an hour if they built high-speed rail between Auckland and Wellington.
Look,
it would make incredible sense.
I would have caught a plane to my friend's wedding, but like it was too expensive. So I was like, okay, I'll do the train. The train was like $90. So I was like, okay, I'll do the train.
So
I'll catch the train to Moss Vale, and then I had to catch a train back to Bundanoon and stay so I could go to the wedding. And it was like, because it was first class, right? I didn't want to pay for a sleeper because a sleeper was going to cost me more than a flight. And I was like, fuck this. And I thought, okay, the seats recline back. I'll be able to sleep. You think I could sleep? Fuck no. I was tossing and turning the whole time. I was like, if I got 2 hours sleep, it was fucked.
Trust you me, as someone who's ridden the worst rail transportation company in the world, Amtrak, the best service is the sleeper car because it's like a hotel room on wheels. And there's even a shower. It's fantastic. Man, my pillow, great. I felt so bad. I ran out all my cash. So I kept having to tip the guy. He just did such a nice job. I just felt terrible if I didn't tip him. But so the question I have for you guys is, what's it like to fly in a different country? Because out here, I have to be pretty much molested anytime I get into a flight because of the TSA. And then after that, for me, I get really bad air sickness. So it's not fun.
In Australia, like if you go to like Sydney Airport or Melbourne Airport, you've still got to go through the security check. So like you've got to like, you know, put your bags down. They scan you with the fucking wand. For some weird reason, they like to test me for explosives.
They
do you get to keep your
pad you down? Like, they don't pad you down.
Oh, they don't like sit there and like rub all the way down your body.
Nah, they're not that big of creeps. But
they do that here, and then you have to take your belt off.
I've been through American customs. I understand. But you know, you kind of had some people run into some towers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, airport security doesn't really do much to stop that. In fact, the most ironic thing.
My shoes in the States. That was fucked.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we have to like strip here.
It's a good thing I wore Ugg boots, or else I would have been really pissed off.
Every time I go to the airport, I like. So first off, I dress like a businessman because I'm a white guy. I'm tall. If I wear, a tie, no one fucks with you. So it's fantastic. So I go through the security. Nobody ever bothers me, and then everyone's got one fucking guy. And then one fucking guy. It's never a woman. It's always a man. And a fucking guy. And he's all like, sir, come here. And he's like, and then he just starts touching me. And I fucking hate being touched by people I don't know. I mean, I hate it. Like when I was a kid, I came home from class one day and I told my mom that she can't enter my personal bubble anymore. And that's my no-no area. Like I was like 6. Like I would like yell at my aunts and uncles if they touched me without asking. Like I just have always hated it. So when this guy's touching me, I hate it. And then they always pat me down. Of course, I don't have my belt on. I don't have my shoes on. So I'm thinking about getting suspenders. That way I won't have to worry about my, just in case. Yeah. Thinking about that.
I like Charlie's contribution in chat. She often takes the Greyhound bus between Brisbane and Hervey Bay and sees so many European backpackers on their way to
I've done that. That's
They
fucked.
have no idea what they're in for. She had a Dutch girl have a panic attack on the bus.
So you have Greyhound there? Like, is it the same?
Yeah.
It's not the same company.
That's the thing.
I'm not sure if it's the same company or if they just took the name, but we do have a couple of long-haul bus companies. I did Dubbo to Brisbane. That's like 800 kilometers.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
I've been to Dubbo.
Greyhound in the US, Chris, I've done Las Vegas to Los Angeles. The leaving Las Vegas bus, that's a desperate
It's cheaper to fly. It's 20 minutes.
No,
Greyhound is
really cheap.
Horrible. Greyhound is horrible.
Isn't that trip what the game Desert Bus is based on?
I have no idea.
How much did it cost you, Andrew?
I don't remember, but it was very cheap.
No more than $50.
It's every desperate bastard who's blown all their money in Vegas is on it. It was the biggest bunch of freaks I've ever been in an enclosed space with.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because
that
I
buzz.
caught the plane from LA to Vegas, and I think it was
That's
like
nothing.
$70 for me to go.
Yeah, that's.
It was very cheap.
Yeah, part of the problem with the bus too is it stops in all these backwater towns, so it's a lot more likely that you have people fleeing the law get on there.
Yep.
And so the Greyhound here in Portland, it used to share the Union Station with the train, and then for some reason, very recently, they no longer share that station. So a guy rolls up under one of the homeless tent cities under the bridge next to the train station, and he has this little cart, and he's got all this shit on him, and he's all like, do you want me to take your bags? Are you here for the bus? And mind you, we're surrounded by homeless people, and I'm all like, I mean, where's this bus at? So that's Greyhound service now. In a lot of cities, you still have them go to actual stations. For some reason in Portland, they refuse to pay their rent anymore, so they have a guy with a kiosk in the home. In fact, actually out here with COVID and everything, it's bad. Like half the city is like every parking lot is being converted into tent cities.
Oh, wow. God.
Yeah, I think like 50 million people are going to be evicted by the end of the year.
Yeah, the evictions and shit that's happening in the US is going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah,
they've put the evictions on hold here until March now, but I have a feeling they'll even push that back further. Yeah. Like, we're in a recession.
Yeah,
I mean, 1.4 million people out of work.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, out here...
Fuck the Liberal government. They're cunts.
While Donald Trump is an asshole, he's incredibly smart politically. He told the CDC, so first off, next week I'm applying for extra unemployment benefits because he authorized Washington State through an executive order to get $300 extra a week.
Yeah.
Nice.
He did that through an executive order. And guess what? I hate the motherfucker, but I won't take his money.
Yeah, take the money, man. Take the fucking
money. And the other
money.
thing, too, is he told the CDC to find a way to stop evictions to help slow the spread of COVID. I mean, at this point, there isn't anything you can do except for a second lockdown. There's no way of stopping it.
Yeah.
But so now there's no evictions until 1 month after the election, right? And you know what's going to happen in that month? So every time we have elections, it looks like the Republicans going to win because they go out to vote early because they're all old white people. They go out and they vote in person. Most Democrats vote by mail or they vote late. And they're in major urban areas, which take longer to show up. So on election night, it will look like Trump is winning. And he'll come out and he'll probably give some kind of speech saying, oh, it looks like we're going to win. And then slowly and surely the vote will change to the Democrat. Not because people want to vote for Joe Biden, just because that's the way
they want to vote against Donald Trump.
Not even that. It's just urban areas are bigger than rural areas in population here massively, and it's constantly exploding that way.
It's the same here.
So people in cities are going to vote Democrat. They just are, or third party. But, you know, with all that going on.
It's a two-party system in the States.
So what's probably going to happen is he's going to come out and say, it looks like we're going to win. And then all of a sudden, all these votes are going to come in. A lot of them by mail, which he calls a fraud, which is ironic, because where I live, I can only vote by mail. Washington's a mail state. And so slowly and surely, it'll look like he's going to lose. Well, it's mail. It's not now. Yesterday, we're going to win, and that's going to happen right as all these evictions hit, right as the economy starts tanking, as it's just going to be, and flu season's going to start right then, too.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
it's not going to be a fun time.
Strange times ahead, definitely. I love to talk about, we're back on Airlie Beach in the chat. Annette wanted to know what's wrong with Airlie Beach. And Charlie said there's nothing wrong, but it's a really long bus trip. And the Europeans don't realize it. And then Annette looked it up, and it's Brisbane to Airlie Beach is 12 hours. And these backpackers probably think they're on the bus for an hour or something. And because
in Europe,
I've done that trip. It's fucked.
You would drive through multiple countries in Europe in that time. But
you know what that is because most of the maps that have been made are from a Western perspective, specifically a Northern Hemisphere Western perspective.
Yeah.
So we always think of things like Australia or Africa or Indonesia as being smaller than the U.S. or Europe, when in fact they're far larger, the same size. So they look at this map and they're like, well, Australia's not that big. It's an island pretty much. I can walk across it. And they get there and they realize it's like thousands of miles.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the one I remember being told way back, like in the 80s, Japanese tourists, there's a train that goes from Sydney to Perth, the Indian Pacific, and that's 4,000 kilometers, right? And it takes days. And
that would be awesome.
And 80% of the trip is in desert, right? It's featureless desert. And over these stories, Japanese tourists would take hundreds of time-stamped photos as they went across this featureless desert just to show people when they got home. No, look, it's nothing. It's still nothing. It's because you can't drive 5 minutes in Japan of nothing. It's a series of relatively small islands, and it's quite concentrated. But they go, no, I'm trying to tell you, for 36 hours we were constantly traveling, and it was featureless nothing for 36, and it just would blow. This was pre-internet as well, so they weren't that well versed in what Australia was like, and it would just blow people's minds.
Yeah, people would forget
it's like
that when I rode the train from Chicago to Portland for 2 states, I wouldn't have cell service. This is in the early 2000s. So every time I got back into cell service, my phone was blowing up. Where have you been? Where have you been? I'm going cross country through the northern plains of nothing for 20 hours. I'm afraid I couldn't make a phone call.
Yeah.
Well,
I gotta do that in Canada though, because there's a train that goes from Vancouver to Toronto, and I gotta take that. I gotta do it.
That's like when I went nursing in Walgett 10 years ago. Now Andrew might know and Abigail might know where Walgett is. It's about 10 hours. Okay, so it's 10 hours northwest of Sydney in New South Wales. So it's where Kevin Rudd gave the apology. So that might help with some context. And I got a nursing contract out there. And when I looked it up, it was like, yeah, by the way, in this town, there's like security screens and roller doors in all the shops. And my mum was like, yeah, you're going to die. And like, I come from Kempsey. So it was like, I come from a rough town anyway. So I'm going to Walgett where a nurse was like murdered, like abducted from the hospital and murdered. So I was like, oh, fucking great. Jesus. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
The fuck kind of town is this?
You've got to look it up there.
It's a rough little town, yeah.
I found a video about it on YouTube that showed my boyfriend. It was hilarious because it was a tourism video for Walgett, which was just, it was so funny. So anyway, I drove, because I used to live in Carroll, which is near Tamworth, and Gunnedah, which is where Miranda Kerr's from. So I actually went to school there for a couple of months, where Miranda Kerr's from. So from Gunnedah, I'd never been west of Gunnedah. So I drove out there, and they paid me to drive there for the day. And I get to Narrabri, which is 2 hours west of Gunnedah. And the lady at the place I was working said, you should do your shopping in Narrabri because the food's a bit fresher there. And I thought, oh, fuck, this is a bad sign. So I ended up like driving from Narrabri to like through Burren Junction where they had like Artesian Springs. And then from Burren Junction, I went to the hamlet. I can't remember the name of it now. And I remember ringing my mother, and I had Telstra at the time. And my mother was like, how you going? I said, there's fucking nothing. And she went, what? I said, there's nothing. She went, really? I said, no, it's just fields of wheat and that's it. It was nothing. There was nothing for hours. And I never felt more isolated in my life. And I'm like, I grew up in the middle of the bush. Like, I know what it's like to live in the middle of nowhere. But, like, I knew there was people around. Whereas this, I drove for, like, 2 or 3 hours with just nothing. Yeah, and then I found some road through the GPS. I was like, fuck. And it was like, yeah, turn left for Walgett or turn right for Lightning Ridge. So I was like, okay, I turn left to Walgett and I find, like, a levee bank. I drive past like the mission where the Aboriginals lived, and I found out later on that's a whole nother story. And I drove into this little town, and there was just nothing there. Like, it was literally flat as fuck. And like, I lived there for like 2 months of my life, and like, even though I come from Kempsey, because I came from Kempsey, I was instantly accepted into the town, which was like really bizarre. like, because it was a high Aboriginal population. They're like, oh, you're from Kempsey. And I was like, yeah. They're like, oh, well, you get it. We don't really need to explain this bullshit to you. And I was like, yeah, no, it's okay. I get the whole story. It's fine. And, yeah, like, it was just a really bizarre experience. And, like, I ended up working there, and, like, after a fortnight, they were like, yeah, do you want a permanent job? Because, like, I went there, and I wasn't trying to save anyone. I was just like, well, they're all people. I'll just treat them the same. I don't give a shit. Like, you know, like, they gave me a house to live in with a sunroom and all this other kind of stuff. And,
anything
like,
to get you to stay.
It was just so barren. It was beyond barren, and it was just... I did a clinic, and like I go to Canamble. I went to Canamble for the day because they gave me a car. And I drove to Canamble, and there was fuck all there. And then, like, because it was like you turn up the main highway, it was like literally red dirt roads. And the doctor said to me, "Oh, do you want to come with me to I think it was Glengarry?" And I said, "Okay." And we went there. And we did a clinic for the day, and like, you know, you're driving on red dirt with you know, emus chasing the car, and then you get to Glengarry, and they had like the sheep yards and the famous Glengarry Hilton, and all these miners on drugs wanting to sell opal to you, and you know, like that was hilarious and also sad, and like you go to like they took me to the missions where the Aboriginals lived. And, like, one of them was, like, ultra clean where they picked each other on the lawns. And the other one was just, I swear to God, I've never seen such poverty in my life. And, you know, like, I was told not to walk down certain streets just in case something happened to me. And, like, it was really weird because it was, like, these really rich farmers with this really poor population. And just the amount of issues that they had. And... like the fact that they wanted me to stay because they were like, you just treat everybody like a normal person. I'm like, well, they kind of are. Like, why would I treat anyone different? Like, I'm just here to do a job. And like at the time, like for my level, it was really, really good money. But my mum ended up breaking her leg. So I just said, look, guys, I got to go. Like my mum, I got to go and look after her. And
we lost her. We won't get anybody
I know,
back.
but it was just... I remember ringing my mum, and it was just really bizarre, like driving somewhere for hours with just nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
That is weird.
And like, I went to Lightning Ridge and checked out Lightning Ridge, which is like a very weird place to go to because I don't actually know how many people actually live there.
Lightning Ridge is an opal mining town. It's very weird.
And there's more post office boxes than people, which is just even more bizarre.
It reminds me of two places I've been to. One place was along the train route. What in the fuck is the name of the place? Williston? It's called Williston, North Dakota. And it was an oil boom town for a few years. And the first time I went to the train there, nothing there. Just a town with an old steam train engine. Second time I went there, smokestacks everywhere. And all these signs, get off the train, there's jobs, come say hi.
Jobs.
I'll get off the train. And I go to the McDonald's. At the time, I still ate meat. I got some food. And there's this sign saying now hiring. And I ask about it. And the guys are like, yeah, man, now mind you, this is 2011. Right? And they're all like, yeah, man, we pay $15 an hour. Minimum wage at the time, I think, might have just become 7 out of 5.
Mm.
And
they're
like,
paying
we pay $15 an hour, man. We'll do what, you know, like it's great stuff, benefits, healthcare, everything. And then McDonald's in America. And I'm like, what the why? And he's all like, so like, there isn't anywhere to stay right now. But I'm like, look, man, I gotta get back in my fucking drain. And I tell you what, dude, we kept going, and there were just these RV cities that would just go on and on and on in the middle of nowhere. And now I went back recently a couple of years ago, and the town's kind of stabilized. There's no more RV little shacks or whatever, but there's even more smokestacks, and it's truly horrifying.
Wow.
Well, Annette Matz, I want to reply to her. She says my great-great-grandfather built the bridge in Kempsey. Does that mean I get auto acceptance in New South Wales small towns? Who is your grandfather? Because I'm 6th generation of the town, which means I'm probably fucking related to you in some weird ass
Oh,
way.
wow. Yeah.
So when my parents got married, the 4 oldest white families became related by marriage, and then I was born, and that became related by blood. Oh, by the way, Mum's ancestors saved the local Aboriginal language.
There you
So there you go. And then, yeah, I'm related to so many people, it's fucked. And that, mine is on drugs in like brackets. That's what I encountered in my clinical work. So that's not a stereotype I'm trying to perpetuate.
That's
I'm
the thing
just telling you what I experienced. And another thing, yeah, I get the whole I can't do long distance driving because like it's fucking draining.
Yeah.
Like I can do it. I just despise it.
Yeah.
Oh, Nat just replied back. She goes, "Oh fuck, that's possible."
Yeah. I love Charlie's reference in driving up and down Queensland. It's endless miles of sugarcane farms, and you get excited when there's a pineapple farm for the variety.
Yeah!
There you go. There you go. See, because like where I'm from, the other small town I was at was called Goodland, Indiana. There's these 3 towns called Remington, Goodland, and Kentland. And they're all exactly they're exactly a 1-day walk from each other because all the towns were built back in the 1800s. And this town had one pizza shop, they had library, post office, they had one school, and it was the size of like a small field. And that was the town surrounded by cornfields, except there was one field of soybeans. And that's how you knew what part of town you were on.
Yeah,
it was.
Talking about the long drives. When my kids were little, I'd take them to visit my family in Dubbo at Christmas, and Melbourne to Dubbo, that's 800 kilometres. And
that's a long way.
At that time of year, the farms have ploughed up all the fields, so it's like featureless dirt. And we were driving along, and it's all just. All there is the road, the sky, and the dirt. There is no other. And my kids are going, bored. Can we play I Spy with My Little Eye? And I'm going, there is nothing to see. There's just dirt. And yeah, let's play anyway. And we amused ourselves for about an hour by saying, I spy with my little eye something beginning with P. Like, is it a dog? And then everyone would laugh and say no. And you just come up with all ridiculous D ones and go, is it a dromedary? And you laugh. And then eventually you'd go, is it dirt? And everyone would go, yay, you got it. Yay! And we amused ourselves for like an hour just with repeating this stupid joke that there was nothing to I Spy where we were driving.
Well, thank God you found that.
Yeah, my friend and I, when we lived in Orange, and I went to a wedding last year before, and we got bored one day, so we decided to drive to West Wyalong from Orange.
That's a bit of a drive, yeah.
Yeah, in a day, right? So we drove from Orange to Parks, and then from Parks we drove to Griffith, and then from Griffith we drove to West Wyalong. And it was just weird because, like, and the further we drove, it was like going back in fucking time.
It really is.
It really is. And this is like 10 years ago. And then when we got to West Wyalong, and at that point, like, it was literally fuck all. There was a target country. That was like a main street. Yeah. We went and checked out the news agent, and there was stuff from like the 90s still sitting there waiting to be sold.
Oh, yeah.
It was just fucking weird. We had a beer at the pub, and then my girlfriend and I were like, what are we going to do? And she was like, we have to drive back. And it was literally like, we went to Griffith. Like, going to the music store at that point in 2009 was like taking a time walk back to fucking 2000. It was, or even like the late 90s. It was the most bizarre day of my life.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
awesome.
It was actually quite cool. Like, when you thought about it, I was like, this is cool. Like, I mean, because Orange is like 4 hours west of Sydney. So you can drive. I drove from Orange to Manly in a day, which was not hard.
Yeah. Has someone got a cat? Sorry, there's all these questions. Has someone got a cat in the background?
That is my cat, yes.
Okay, it's Abigail's cat. There we go.
Your cat is very excited.
Yeah. And I'm
and
just
Net's going to
sharing the
join
link
us.
again for someone to join us. There we go, Kitty.
There you
Oh,
go.
Kitty. I'm going to drink more wine. Look, this is what I'm drinking, like a true convict, because I'm the daughter of, I'm descent from a convict.
Nice. Well, I just finished my Esmeralda.
Delicious.
Isn't everybody in a
cocktail had cachaça and whiskey and elderflower?
You don't drink, Chris.
No, I don't.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. You're not the only teetotaler in the chat.
Yeah, no,
There's nothing wrong with being dry, man. Like seriously, it saves you a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I never drank anything because my dad drank a lot. I never smoked anything because my parents smoked a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't really do anything.
Oh, I wish I got into weed years ago, man. I don't smoke weed. I come from a place called the Green fucking Triangle, okay? Like, Kempsey is renowned for its weed. It's the one thing it's renowned for, right? My mom, like, knows all the local fucking drug dealers. They're all scared of her. So no one ever sold weed to me as a teenager because they knew she would kill them. So,
that's good.
I mean, I wasn't allowed to do it. Well, it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to do illicit drugs. It was kind of like, if you sell drugs to my daughter, you will die. So,
that's funny. Yeah. No, I knew what drugs and alcohol was at a very young age. I grew up in by Gary, Indiana, in the south side of Chicago, which is like two shittiest places in the world.
Oh, no, I mean, dude, have you ever been out to, like, well, you've never left, I don't know if you've left America or not, but, like, I can guarantee you Australia's got some pretty shit places, too.
Yeah, but, in fact, for fun as a kid, I would explore abandoned buildings. That was my pastime. Good times, let me tell you.
Wow. You sound like a great child.
Yeah.
I was a great child. Yes, I was. Yeah, my dad's drunk and my mom's working. I'm going to go for abandoned buildings with my camera.
Yeah.
I love Abigail's cat, even though I hate cats, but I love that one.
Yeah. I'm a cat bed. She just climbs all over me.
Yeah,
it's so annoying.
My dog is at the door waiting for my boyfriend to come back in. Can I show you? It's hilarious. Hang on, where is it? I'll show you. Hang on. Here we go. There she is. Hang on. She's at the door. Look at her. She's lying there, waiting for my boyfriend to come back in.
That's funny. Yeah, my cat used to wait for me to come home every day. He was great.
No, because my boyfriend takes her for a walk and I don't. So she's like, hey, I'll wait for you. Fuck my mother who rescued me 5 years ago.
Yeah, forget you.
She's like, fuck. My boyfriend's like, have you fed the dog today? I'm like, yes, of course I fed the dog. What am I, horrible? Of course I fed the dog.
Well, I am leaving.
Did I take it for a walk? No, because I was saving a homeless person.
I gotta go to bed. It's 5 in the morning.
5 in the morning.
Oh, see you, Chris. You're a legend. Thank you for letting me do your fab.
Okay, anytime.
Take care, man. Oh, what a shame!
We get the insomniac Northern Hemisphere people coming into this, and it's like really early in the morning, and they haven't gone to sleep yet, and they go, "Oh wait, Angry's doing a live stream. I'll go and watch that." It's just fucking hilarious. I find it.
Where's the net, man? I want a net to come on here. I want to
meet is going to join us. I just posted the link again for anyone who wants to join.
So Charlie says, your profile pussy is a nice looking pussy. I wish I didn't read that out loud.
Calm down, Celtic King. Okay, that's okay. I agree. Like Charlie was also backing up Chris for not drinking. Alcohol is in fact, like, obviously I like alcohol, but one thing.
So do I. But if you want to be a non-alcoholic, that's your choice. I'm not going to shame you for it.
No, but if you want to get me angry, anyone who ever tries to coerce someone into drinking, whether they're a drinker and they're just not drinking now, or whether they don't drink and someone goes, "Go never drink," I'll fucking punch on. I hate that so much when someone tries.
So do I. It's shit.
It is really shitty.
Like, I mean, if you don't want to drink, that's your choice. Like, it doesn't work for everyone. Like, I'm just a depressed cunt. Well, not a depressed cunt, but like, this shit's a depressant, so it's going to make you pretty fucking depressed.
Yeah. I think Jude thought I was calling her out. She's going, no, I'm on night shift at home. I'm not an insomniac. Jude, are you still in Las Vegas? Because when
Safa's got a point. He said alcohol coercing happens a lot in the bush. And it does.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Because I didn't drink alcohol growing up. It's actually relatively recent for me drinking alcohol. And yeah, country towns, if you don't drink,
there's something wrong.
Fuck. You know, it's like a lot of coercion to drink alcohol in the bush.
Look, the whole thing is, it's like, I come from a town with like above, I think it was the statistic was above the national average. It was like 30% above the national average for like domestic violence, drugs, alcohol.
Hi.
Hey, Nettie. Hello.
Hello.
Kelpie King, that link I posted was for anyone to join the stream. Yes. How are you doing, Nettie?
Hey, Nettie.
Drunk.
Hey.
I've had a couple of cocktails. I'm feeling it.
It's even got a face.
Yeah, that looks
And
good.
it's an Easter Island face, so no one can get offended because they're all dead. And by their own hand, not the colonizers.
Yeah, they were pretty warlike. They actually did wipe each other out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was their own fault.
That's a class hat, Nettie. That is a class.
So,
I've got quarantine hair, so I'm going to cover it up. But now I'm all confused about which way.
Yeah.
I'm one of those weird people who enjoys being the designated driver at times.
Oh, that's fair.
So it makes you a legend.
You get so much respect from people
You do.
who like go to parties and I'll drive. It's fine.
I was a deso for years when I was a fucking pea plater, man. And then everyone felt sorry for me and brought me booze. So I didn't pay for booze as a teenager. I was like, you want me to stay? Like, yeah, you drove us here. Here's booze. I was like, yes, thank you. Now I don't have to pay for booze.
Earth W is saying they might be the only sober person in the chat. Maybe because Chris went away. He was a non-drinker. I'm not sure what anyone in the chat is doing, but all of us on camera. Actually, Abigail's probably the most subdued, but you having a drink too.
I'm nursing one drink.
Yeah.
What are you drinking, Abby?
What?
What is Abby drinking? What are you drinking, babe?
Oh, what are you drinking, Abby?
Vodka with soda water.
Nice. You're watching the calories there.
A skinny bitch.
Yeah.
A skinny bitch cocktail.
Skinny bitch cocktail.
If that's the name of the cocktail, that's fine because that does not describe me at all.
That is the name of the cocktail.
I am fat as fuck. Trust me.
I love it in the
I
chat.
lost 3 kilos by eating crap.
Yeah.
Yay! Go, Nettie!
Stella chiming in the chat. I'm not sober. Kirsten following up. I'm not sober.
Yay!
Like, I'm
not surprised.
Drugs of any kind would just be the gilding the lily.
Yeah, that's what my grandmother used to say when we were having a drink. She's going,
Gilding the lily.
without drinking alcohol. It's like, all right, I'm going to have a toilet break, actually. I'm going to come back.
Okay, go away.
Okay, so Lisa,
Yes,
how are we related?
Well, that's the question. I'm trying to work that out. Like, fuck. I
Well,
thought my
actually-
cousin Caroline, who's the fucking family historian, she works at the Kempsey fucking museum.
Right. Well, I've got an ancestry wall over there, right, that I'm working on, and I've got another bunch of people up on just 3 of them up there.
So who was your
And-
great grandfather?
My I'm not quite. I think he might have been a 4th great grandfather. I'm not sure, but he was Edmund Taylor, son of James Taylor, who was a convict sent to Brisbane Water. He was, Yeah. So
I've got to email my cousin because I haven't spoken to her about 6 months. Because when COVID hit, I just reconnected with her, and then she sent me pictures of my grandmother because Kempsey, like the Argus is like Kempsey's historical like stuff is really good. So my ancestor, my ancestor Caroline McMore named Bellbrook.
I don't recognise that name.
My mother's family are the McMores. They own 5 Day Creek still now.
Oh, right.
And
they're still connected.
I'll be back in a
great.
second.
Yeah, so my cousin Bernie owns it. He's my first cousin. So his father has transferred it all over. So he's the 7th generation. So when my parents got married, the Sutherlands, the Smythes, the McMores, and the Carrolls became related.
Right. My families are the Pools of Pools Point, Clutterbuck Pool. I think it was Daniel Clutterbuck Pool who was the first of them, or the oldest of them to get here as free migrants, free settlers. Sorry?
How do you spell the pool?
Poole.
My uncle Kenny is Kenny Poole, who spells it the same way, who married my Auntie Beth.
There you go. We're related.
On my mother's side.
There you go. You're related.
We're probably related. Cool. If we go through the whole thing, we're probably related that way.
Yeah.
And then he's from Tamworth. There's a whole story with that, trust me. So my grandmother Agnes Smythe, and when my grandmother Agnes married my grandfather Ron, because he was a McMore, they were the 2 biggest landholders at the time. Mm-hmm. So were my other grandmother Fiona, who's now dead. She is a Sutherland who married my grandfather Ernest, who's a Carroll. He was poor. So when my parents got married, because there's a major event back 150 years ago, and I'd like to tell it now, but I just don't want to. It's a bit, so some people that might find it a bit offensive. I don't want to offend people. So anyway, but yeah, like my cousin Caroline, her father was actually, he went to the Boer War and the First World War. And when I went and saw him, I said to my mum when I went back home to Kempsey in March, I said, look, can we go to the museum? Let's go and see Caroline. And Mum was like, yeah, we haven't seen her in years. And she happened to be there, and she actually gave me this book because the Kempsey Argus is fantastic for like preserving history. It's still there today, like the actual newspaper is still independent. And so she actually gave me this book, which is actually all the letters from South Africa. So this is my great uncle Leslie, and
on the cover. Wow, cool.
Yeah, so him and his brother Athol actually went to the Boer War, and they survived, and they came back. So these are all the letters that all the soldiers from Kempsey wrote to the Argus.
Oh, right.
So in Kempsey, all the towns and all the streets in Kempsey are named after soldiers that came back. So where my mother lives, her street was named after her first cousin, who was the only one that died in the Vietnam War from Kempsey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Barnaby Joyce, I don't know whether you love him or I don't know if you love Barnaby or if you hate Barnaby. I have a love-hate relationship with Barnaby because
Barnaby
he's actually going to build he's going to build a museum for my cousin. So this is my cousin Hilda Hope McMore.
Oh,
so
right.
Hilda Hope McMore so my ancestor was John McMore, and there's a man Freeman who actually through my mother she was telling me about the Freemans, and the Freemans is like that family that connects everyone. So Hilda Hope McMore. So Hilda Hope, my ancestor John McMore, who married Caroline, his brother George is the father of Hilda. And Hilda was the first woman in Australia ever to hold a pilot's license.
Oh, good on her. That's cool.
So she went to, I think it was actually you can read it out here. So she was born in 11th of March, 1885. Her parents were George McMore and Clementine McMore, N.E. Kerr, George managed a family property PD, which was in the family for a long time. PD is still there. At Kundarang on the Macleay River via Kempsey. He brought Hickey's Creek Cattle Station. Hilda was their second daughter. Clementine Kerr's ancestors came from Barbados and received a land grant at Smithton near Kempsey.
Barbados? Wow.
Yeah.
That's unusual.
Trust me.
Most of them come from Scotland and England and Ireland.
Yeah, well, my ancestors saved an Aboriginal baby and basically preserved a whole line of Aboriginals. So our family's very, very mixed as a result, which is a good thing.
Cool.
George's father, John McMore, married his wife. Was his father? I got this wrong. I'm a bit drunk. So I'm a bit drunk.
Your ancestry when you're drunk, but keep going.
Yeah, well, Mahilda's my fourth cousin by blood. So here we go. So George's father, John McMore, married his wife Caroline N.E. Blake in 1845. They had 6 sons and 2 daughters. John died in 1877 and Caroline reared her 8 children at PD. She credited with naming Bellbrook in 1892 after it had first been settled by James Chapman Toose with a telegraph office at the junction of the Macleay and Nullo Creek. Bellbrook is for the bellbirds, which was inhabited the dense scrub there. So what Caroline Blake did was write down, as she went up the river, she actually wrote down I read the writings. So what they did was they actually documented the way the Aboriginals lived at the time. And they actually preserved the Aboriginal names and the Aboriginal words. And they actually tried to help the Aboriginals by giving them food and, like trying to give them cattle and like, because my ancestor, John McMore, like he didn't want to be here. Like he was a political prisoner sent from Ireland. So he thought the whole thing was fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, Hilda became a fearless horse rider. From 1910 to 1914, she trained as a nurse at Kempsey Hospital. I worked there. And was at Tamworth District Hospital, where my Auntie Beth worked. In 1915, her parents moved to Torrington in Brown Street, Armidale. My mother worked at the hospital there. And her father, George, was a stock and station agent. In 1916, she nursed returned soldiers at Bullalimba. I can't say the word. On the 26th of August, 1916.
There's so many of those.
On the 26th of August, 1916, she enlisted for overseas service with the Australian Army Nursing Service. She embarked on the 21st of March, 1917, on the HMA at Kanowa for Egypt and disembarked on the 1st of May, 1917. She served at the 14th Australian General Hospital at Abisio, Cairo, treating patients from Sinai and Palestine campaigns. While there, she reported occasional abdominal pain and her doctor offered her an appendectomy, which she declined. In May 1919, she was promoted to sister. On the 28th of May 1919, she was given leave to attend driver's training college at Manson Motors, Westminster, England, and disembarked for the HMTS Caledonia at London, 7th of June 1919. While there, she enrolled in a flying lesson with Central Aircraft Company at Northolt Aerodrome. Her instructor was Captain Skies, OBE, and she trained in a Senator 4, a biplane of wooden construction with fabric covering. On the 15th of November 1919, after 4 weeks of training, she received a flying certificate number 1818. The British PATH News Service sent a film crew to photograph and interview her. The PATH News produced newsreels and documentaries in the United Kingdom from 1910 to 1970. There were silent films until 1928. On the 19th of November 1919, the Sydney Morning Herald reported that an Australian nurse qualifies as pilot. This was really news, as in Australia at that time, female pilots were not allowed to hold a flying license. Yeah. So she was also a chauffeur as well. The Daily Observer, my mother gave me this because my cousin sent it to me. It's quite fascinating. The Daily Observer, Tamworth of 9th of January 1920 reported under the headline, Woman Air Looper Adept Nurse. Just before luncheon, Captain Skies suggested a lesson in looping. The smiling nurse borrowed a pilot's padded cap, climbed into the machine, and was strapped in. The first 2 will be mine and the rest hers, said the instructor. The mechanic swung the propeller and in a bitterly cold, strong wind, the machine went up over the North Holt Aerodrome. 1,000 feet up, the nose went down and then up again, and Captain Skies made the two of the prettiest loops imaginable. Then followed three just as pretty, all made by the woman pupil. She was all smiles when she came down. It's easier than landing, she said. Miss McMore is a tall, good-looking Australian girl whose parents in Sydney, New South Wales, have no notion that she's qualifying as an air pilot. The first 2 days, she said, I thought I was no good at all. Then I began to feel it was the easiest thing in the world, much easier than safer than motor driving. No crowds, no police up there. The weather had been against me, but I had managed to get enough flying practice to finish before I sail. Now I feel like a bird. I have only one mishap when a farmer drove a cart right across my landing track and I touched it with a wing. For a moment, I thought it was all up with the machine, but I pulled the right stick and saved myself. It was only a question of pulling the right stick. I think a woman ought to be at least married before she learns to fly. By that time, she had settled down. My own age, she smiled, well, 28. Sister McMore has no flying plans for Down Under. She may or may not fly again. All she wants is the credit of being number one on the list of Australian women pilots. On the 22nd of November 1919, she embarked for Sydney on the HMAT Arenas, a Liverpool Army camp. She was medically checked and discharged from service 16th of March 1920. She lived in Uralla the rest of her life and remained single. She was matron of Uralla Hospital and involved in many community activities. She actually built the swimming pool in Uralla.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
She actually, because there was an article in the ABC about the fact that patriarchy had forgotten this forgotten female.
Yeah.
So,
common story.
yeah. I went to Uralla in 2006 and had no idea this was my ancestor. I went looking for John and I found his grave.
Yeah.
But I had no idea about Hilda. So in the Depression, because she helped all the men give birth, like with their wives, and they needed a swimming pool. So she raised money for the swimming pool, and all the men that owed her money for giving birth for their wives, she got them to build the swimming pool.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
and the nursing home's named after her. And she actually left her Uralla property to the Uralla Homes for the Aged Care and became McMore Gardens. And she left the rest of her estate to be equally between Spastic Centre, New South Wales, and Uralla Homes for the Aged.
Yeah, nice.
And Barnaby Joyce is trying to build a museum for her.
Yeah. If Barnaby Joyce ever does anything good, that's just a stopped clock telling the right time twice a day.
Look, if he builds a museum for my cousin, man, that's a good thing. I'm not gonna piss on him for that. But look, there's a lot of things I don't like about Barnaby, but at the same time, look, I think that's a good thing. Like my cousin Bernie, he lives in Uralla now with his wife and his babies.
Yeah.
And he's the last descendant of her. And the whole thing is, it's I never knew that till last year. I had no idea that was even my ancestor. I had no clue.
It's weird how we don't talk about our ancestors in this country. It's really weird.
This is my great uncle, and I read some of his letters, and he was incredibly brave. He went to war twice on his own volition.
So we take it for granted. I mean, I know in my family, there's a lot of German, so they kept their ancestry on the down low. Yeah,
they did, especially in Kempsey with Trial Bay Jail, where they locked up the Germans in the Second World War.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I think that was the thing.
Yeah.
No, well, none of my Germans were around Kempsey, but Kempsey is where my English lot settled.
Ah.
Yeah.
I was about to. Toby asked in chat, was the link for anyone? Yes, Toby, it is. Thank you for joining us. Yay!
Hey, Toby.
Hey. And hi, Charlie.
Hello. Oh, and Sapa, it's not my chair.
What is it?
No, it's my boyfriend's. I'm in the man cave tonight.
Oh, you're in the man cave.
Because the bed's occupied.
My boyfriend's popped out.
By which I mean the boyfriend is sleeping. So
the boyfriend, yeah.
You're hanging with us. Nice.
So he's in my space, so I've taken his.
I call my boyfriend the boyfriend too, Charlie.
And where's Ludo?
What have you been up to?
Ludo is I think Ludo is on the bed as well.
Ludo's picking on the boyfriend. Toby's all smiles. What do you
Need to
mean?
take over.
I mean, I can try and
nothing
go
like
get
that.
him.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Good to see you,
how's
man.
everyone doing?
Yeah, I think we're rocking and rolling on a Friday night. Yeah.
You think this
Yeah.
is long enough for a duck scarf?
A duck scarf.
Ducks.
I'm making a duck.
What did I just miss? Everybody froze.
Like a scarf for a duck.
A bit longer. Couple more rows.
All right. Yeah. Well, I like FW saying no relation, but an auntie sent him a photo of William Arnott, the creator of Arnott's biscuits, just because they look alike. So that's a bit of fun.
That's funny.
I'll show you my I'll show you my Kempsey people. Hang on.
Yeah, please. Because I asked
All right.
my auntie Caroline. You know Rob McKnight, the television producer, his grandparents are from Kempsey.
Yeah.
So
It's
he's
very-
probably related. He's probably related to me in some fucking weird way. I said that to him. I was like, "We're probably related." He's like, "Yeah, probably." It was
I
fun
like-
when they took us. They took us through a history excursion in high school to the local cemetery. Weird, I know. And
Yeah.
I walked around. I was like, "Yeah, I'm related to this person, that person, this person, that person, this person, that person." Everyone looked at me like, "Who the fuck are you?" I was like, "There's my grandparents, my great grandparents, my great great grandparents." Like, oh, I can go to both cemeteries, and basically most of them filled up with my lot.
So
Oh,
do you know
yeah,
the
maybe.
do you know the church at Kincumber?
Yeah. Yeah, King Cumber, yeah.
My first Australian ancestor was a convict, and he made the pews for that church.
Fair income. That's cool.
That's nice.
Yeah, and that's his son who made all the bridges. Oh, hang on, that one.
Cool,
Did he do the ones in Taree as well?
He did. He did a few bridges. He did the one in Kempsey, and he did the one at Turon River, Wallaby Rock, or something. You know, there was a settlement there because there had been a gold rush in the area. Anyway, and then this one here, you can't see shit. But anyway, that one there, that's my great-grandfather who, he started swimming in Australia. Like he started the,
Fair income.
yeah, and he actually ended up on the International Olympic Committee, and he was made a chevalier. I'm not really sure what that means. It's kind of like being,
Knight Chevalier.
yeah, he's kind of like.
I'm gonna email my fucking cousin tomorrow. I've been meaning to email her for fucking months.
Yeah, but this one here, okay, he married Mary Ann Poole, so that's my Poole, P-O-O-L-E, and
That's
she.
where your relations come in.
Look at her cheekbones.
We give me a
Oh,
look.
those are some good pictures.
No, sorry, that's a clutterbuck. Hang on, I'm showing her another one. I can't see. I'm down here now. Okay, that's Mary Ann Poole.
That looks like my Uncle Kenny. She looks like my Uncle Kenny.
Sorry?
You can see my Uncle Kenny in him, in her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing.
Daniel. That's her dad. Whoops. That's her dad, Daniel, which you can't see very well. And then that's her mum's, his mum, Sarah Clutterbuck. She never came here. She's Welsh.
All right, she stayed in the old country.
I have to talk to my cousin Christine because my auntie Beth. Like, I haven't talked to my auntie Beth for ages. I went to see her last year, and she was had the shits and wouldn't let me in the house for some weird reason. So I'll have to talk to her daughter.
Old people, eh?
My aunt's granddaughter showed her, like, follows me on, like, Facebook all the time. But Christine, I have to talk to my cousin Christine. Like, yeah, can I get family history from you on your dad's side? Like, okay, Lisa, what the fuck is this about? Yeah, it's really weird because, like, I mean, in my case, it's kind of like because I grew up like I went back to Kempsey when I was 11, and like if I go to the Kempsey, like I went to the Kempsey Museum like before, and Mum was like, "Why do you want to come here?" I was like, "It's been years, but also like this is basically all of us." You know what I mean? And it's kind of like it's really weird how my history is kind of like I'm kind of related to quite a lot of people. You know?
Are you related to any Armstrongs? Because my Armstrongs just
not that I know of.
Bred like bunnies. They all are like 10 kids, 10 kids, 10 kids. They just
in Kempsey that was the Maneys and the Clarks. They bred like fucking flies. There's a saying in Kempsey. If you're related to the it was like God said, "Go forth and breed." The Maneys and the Clarks were the only ones who listened.
Oh dear.
So my cousin Max lost his whole farm in the fires, which was very, very sad.
That's awful.
I'm gonna
at the moment, because of my connection to home, which of course is the home of Slim Dusty as well, and Smokey Dawson and Amos. I can't remember Amos's last name. Aidan Ridgway, the first ever Aboriginal senator in Australia, comes from Kempsey.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and NAIDOC Week is like made a thing because of Kempsey. The Kenchler Boys Home, my grandfather owned the farm next door to that. Lost the farm because of the floods. Not something we're proud of, but we're honest about it. We do a lot of truth telling at school. And at the moment, I'm trying to write a video about a young girl that went missing in Willawarrin because I think it was my great grandfather that built the pub in Willawarrin. And that's the home of Abby, the stock horse that was born behind the pub. And no, Kylie-Ann Schaefer is young.
At the pub?
No, God, I'm in Melbourne, babe. I got the fuck out.
I know, I meant the horse.
Oh, the horse is dead. It's been dead for a long time.
But there's nothing better than a pub horse. You can pub with a horse out the back. And chickens.
Well,
that's awesome.
When the fires happened, like in last year, there was these Muslim men that came up from southwestern Sydney, and I used to live in that part of southwestern Sydney, and they drove all the way to Willawarrin like twice to give barbecues and help the people out. And in Willawarrin, they're like, "Oh, welcome with open arms." I was like, "Yeah, come on, man. Like, we're cool with this. We don't give a shit. Like, we need help." And there's been this young girl named Kylie-Ann Schaefer that's been missing for 16 years. And she went to a party there on September 11, 2004. And the story goes that she got up and went for a walk and was never seen again, even though she left her wallet and her phone behind.
Ew.
And then 10 days later, her shoes ended up on the side of the road after these two guys went to check their pot plants, like all their weed, came back after checking their weed and found these shoes on the side of the road that mysteriously appeared for no reason. So they stayed with the shoes and took the cops. The cops couldn't give a shit about their crop plant. They were like, "We don't care about your weed. We want to find the girl." And now it's been 16 years, and her sister, who's 47, is on TikTok now trying to get justice for her sister.
Wow. I'm going to go and make another cocktail and leave you all to your own devices for a few minutes.
All right. Go away.
You're such a country girl, Lisa.
Oh, you take the girl out of Kempsey, but you can't take the Kempsey out of the fucking girl.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, darling. Oh, I'm not a bit loud. Oh, okay. Look, boyfriend.
Toby, are you wearing a poet shirt?
Okay. Look, everyone, I gotta go. My boyfriend needs me. It was lovely to meet you all.
I think it's in Everlast.
That's right. Nettie, find me on Facebook. Yeah, Nettie, find me on Facebook and add me.
Okay. I
I'm
will.
on Andrew's Facebook.
All right.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
Bye. What do you want, Zorro?
I think Ludo is considering jumping onto my lap.
This is the
In this
this is
gaming
the
chat.
needy cat. He wants so much love all the time.
Oh.
Baby. Oh. So, Toby, is that a poet's shirt?
It's just a jumper.
But it looks like it's got gatherings. Oh, okay. So, right.
It's the
Sorry.
different.
It's a bit baggy.
No, it's just that the black on black, it looked like shadow, and I thought it had been up the top, it had been gathered. I thought you were looking gothy, in a very romantic gothy way.
Yeah, but I've been thinking about getting one of those shirts, one of those poet shirts.
We'll do it. It'll go with your hair.
Yeah.
Is it really your kind of style? Are you goth? Is what I'm asking.
Well, not really goth. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the overall, I do like the look of the overall style, but myself, I'm just not goth.
Oh, you might be able to pick one up, and then it just sort of, it's a contagion.
Yeah.
Like cat. Can you see this? Can you guys see this?
Is there anyone here who didn't go through a goth phase though? Because I'm looking at you, teenage me. That was awkward. And this was before emos were a thing. So
goth was always cooler than emos. Oh no, quarantine hair.
Thank you, SW. It's made of plastic.
What's going on there?
My mum, I think my mum found this in an op shop, and she thought of me. So
she thought it was you, did she?
Yeah.
You're young and crazy. Here, have some deathly looking stuff.
Well, yeah, things with skulls on them.
With skulls.
Poison.
It's good, and I like plastic cups because when you drop them, they don't shatter.
The Flagon with the Dragon has
and I
true,
drop
that is
things
true.
a lot.
Halloween is great for picking up plastic things in skull shapes. Plastic goblets in skull shapes. I've still got last year's. Let's see this mad thing. Meow. Meow. Who else is meowing? Is it Abby's?
There was a meow from here.
Yeah, I heard a meow and then I did a meow.
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 Oh, come on.
You know, my kids both.
Come on. Meow.
They look so much like my Sir Pounce. This one's brother.
She has to climb all the way up and then put her little legs over my
Oh,
my
it's so
shoulder.
sweet.
It
Aw.
is, but it's terribly inconvenient.
But it's adorable. You know,
Yeah.
she has got almost the same markings, almost the same, really. You know, she's got a blob
Yeah.
right where my Sir Pounce has a blob.
She's got the dark tail. Oh,
Yes.
my
And
son
the-
is also making bacon, so
And the
she's
blob's on
very
her head.
interested in that bacon. Okay.
Bacon. Who can let go of bacon? Who can just
I
say no to
don't
bacon?
enjoy bacon.
I was on a
I
diet.
have had Sappha. I've had the
And-
cat for about 8
love
years, and she was a rescue. She's about 10 years old now.
Abigail, do you live in
Yeah.
Melbourne?
I do. I live in Fitzroy.
Did you get your cat from the RSPCA?
No.
Because I was just thinking, like, my cats are about that age.
Okay.
And
No, I got my cat from someone posted on a Facebook group somewhere that they needed to rehome a cat.
okay.
They listed all the requirements, and I suited those requirements perfectly. So she needed like an inside because she gets sunburn on her little pink nose, and she needs to be an only cat, so no other pets. And I live in an apartment, don't even have a balcony, so you know she can't. She doesn't even. I can leave the door wide open; she won't go outside. And yeah, and it's just usually it's just her and me, and my son. So I often call her his first sister, and he does not like that. I don't know why. But she's adorable.
Nettie, were you suggesting that they might have been from the same litter? Or-
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they
Yeah.
were because the
I have a
markings are
story.
similar. Oh, really?
I'm not sure if I've told this before, but a few months after we got Ludo, I saw an ad. I saw a thing for the Maryborough Animal Rescue, which is like just like 40 minutes west from here, of another dog that looked exactly like him, same age. Yeah.
Oh, Ludo's a cutie.
This other dog, yeah, it was a girl though, and she was a little bit smaller. But aside from that, looked spitting image of Ludo. And I thought, wow, they must
Yeah.
they very well may have been from the same litter. And we were so tempted to like drive out there and meet her, or like bring Ludo and see if they recognize each other or something. But
Yeah.
she ended up getting adopted by some pretty. It seems like she went to a good home.
That's good. That's good. You get attached when you've got a story with even a creature that you have never met. Well, as soon as there's a story to go with them, there's like when Lisa was on, you know, she started talking about Kempsey and Narrabri, which I know, and all of a sudden, like, there's a story and there's an attachment and there's, hello, we might be related. Well, well, there we go. But that's it. You know, that is so familiar with country people, because they say, you know, so where are you from? And if you say it's a country town, it's like, oh, do you know, la, 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 la. And then they start positioning you within the country town hierarchies and all the interacting relationships between the country towns.
Nice.
Yeah. You're from the city, you're just a city slicker.
Yeah, very much so.
I am 100% city slicker.
Yeah. Now, my family is very multi-generational country. How about you, Toby?
Yeah, we're mostly country.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Toby?
I'm on the New South Wales south coast. Yeah.
Yeah, come on. A little more specific. Where are you from?
Nowra.
Nowra. Okay.
Yep.
I have family from Nowra.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Those bloody Armstrongs that just keep reading.
My dad comes from Seymour, and we have a very large family out in Seymour.
Yeah,
and like comes from there. So,
This hat is
But-
really tricky and stupid.
but me, I'm like 100% city slicker. I don't even like going out in the country.
I grew up in the country. I rarely go back there. Does Brisbane count as a big city? I was about to say I'm the only
Yeah.
family who lives in a big city, but I do have family in Brisbane and a brother in Canberra. So I suppose I'm not the only one in a big city. But
Canberra's just a big roundabout.
Third largest city.
that's fair. I love Stella saying she keeps her head low, lives in a town of 1,200, knows fuck all people, and that's on purpose. So, FW's done Coolamon, Matong, and Wagga. An ex-girlfriend of mine was from Wagga Wagga, so I spent a bit of time visiting her family there. Kirsten, 5th generation small country town in South Africa. So lives in Melbourne, now, but was from a country town in Africa. So we're a mixed bunch.
When I was at school, there were all these borders there. There are a lot of borders because there had been this big long drought, and a whole lot of people didn't think that they could send their daughters off to the city for their education. And then the drought broke, and because enrollments had been sort of tentative and stuff, they had accepted a lot more of them just in case. Now they had more borders than they knew what to do with, and they felt that they had to honour all the enrolments. So my year was massive. It had a huge amount of borders, and they had to sleep on the verandas. And that went on for 6 years, from year 7 to year 12. But you got a bit of a feel for the country towns that they came from. Like stories about Wagga and Walgett, and what they thought about people who hung out on the riverbed, and you got a bit of a feel for it, and sometimes it was a little scary. The songs and
are you
shit
making
like that.
bacon pancakes?
Absolutely.
Oh,
my God! Someone at Abigail's house is making bacon pancakes. Let's all go there.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, Will is making bacon pancakes.
Address?
At 11 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
you're literally not allowed to come here.
No, on a number of levels. not allowed to.
Yeah.
Diggle lives in the north of Inverness, so decent internet is still a novelty to her. That's great. It's funny, from our perspective, the UK is so small, but we don't understand that some areas are still regarded as isolated there.
Yeah.
I know. I do look at the UK and they'll go like, look at all this wilderness. I'm like, yeah, really? Yeah, over the back of that hill is a fucking city, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and even the rural areas have been cultivated for millennia, and it's just like, it's a bit, it's rather different. My visits to the UK, because Mrs. Angry is born in England and her family's all still there, so we've gone over a couple times to visit, and I love it. Just how different it is. I love it. It's like I'm just going down to the pub on the corner that was built in 1642. You know? And it's not even an historical monument. It's just the pub. The pub
That's
predates
hundreds of years old.
Yeah, predates white fellas in Australia by 200 years, and it's like.
Toby got cut off, I think.
I'm not sure if he did that on purpose or if he's cut off. Yeah, we'll see if he comes back. Australian.
I'm just such a history nerd, I would love to just be surrounded by history. Just go to the 16th century pub.
Yeah.
For a drink.
Like Mrs. Angry's mum was living in this little town called Cullen, which was not that far from Bath, which is famous for the Roman baths. But but it's a little rural
Is that
town.
why it's called that?
Yeah, the city of
No.
Bath is named that because it's got the Romans, like there were hot springs there, and the Romans built baths that piped the water up from the hot springs. But Cullen is like, the church in Cullen has relics going back to the 1400s in it. It's been rebuilt multiple times. I think Toby's going to join us again. He's back.
He's
There
back.
he is.
Yeah, internet just cut out.
Boy.
Australian internet, mate. Yeah, there you go.
My family on my mother's side, they're from Holland,
Mm-hmm.
but my mother's father, my opa, his lineage goes back to the Huguenots in France,
Yes.
and
Oh,
they, like, I found this whole thing of like this whole family tree of going back to the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, which
Nice.
was basically when the French, the king, I guess, decided, you know what, let's persecute Protestants again. Let's go back to that. Fuck them. Get them out of here.
is
There was
that
a-
what they have to
yeah.
do with
So the
the
pro-
St. Bartholomew's
And so they-
massacre?
that was earlier, and then after that there was the Edict of Nantes, which was like, that gave like religious freedom basically, but then there was another king that revoked that, and that was when my ancestors
Yeah.
got the hell out of there.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that the one?
Because they were
Yep. Sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
yeah, because and they changed their name. They were originally called Lecoq. Well, there was it was Daniel Lecoq and his wife Madeleine Sacquen or something like that. I can't pronounce French, but and then after they fled to Holland, and then gradually their surname changed from Lecoq to De Koff,
Okay.
to make it sound more Dutch.
Yeah, to move from French to Dutch. Yeah, I see the Huguenot. There was the opera about them. Sorry, I just remember a really stupid joke because the opera Les Huguenots was being staged in Sydney in the Deep Dark Past. Who remembers Roy and HG from Triple
Yeah.
R? There was
Yeah.
one HG, Greg Piquet. They were both so funny, but HG was the older, and he had this one like. There's been a lot of talk. People are not sure how they should pronounce this opera that's been very popular at the moment. It's pretty straightforward. It's about a former front row forward from St George, played in the 1950 Les Huguenots, and because everyone had been saying Les Huguenots or Les Huguenots, and there's arguments over how to pronounce it. And HG says it's about the former St George front row forward Les Huguenots.
I'm sure that's how they would pronounce it in the.
Absolutely. You would not upset a French person by calling it Les Huguenots. The French would be completely okay with that.
Yeah, my
Yeah, because they
Clutterbuck
drove them all out.
Holland.
Yeah, absolutely. Stella loves Ireland. I still haven't been to Ireland, and some of my oldest YouTube friends are in Ireland, and I really want to go there. So in Ireland, there's like Neolithic monuments that turned into Druid groves, turned into illegal Catholic baptismal springs, and they're just right in the middle of towns, and it's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go there. I want to go there when they do their May Day thing.
oh, I would just love to go to Ireland, actually.
Yeah. Or Samhain, or whatever they call it there in Halloween. The Halloween
Samhain,
thing.
yeah. I'm not sure how. Yeah, if
Oh,
Franklin comes into the chat occasionally, he's like one of my oldest YouTube friends. He's Irish, and he'd be able. He's like when I wanted to speak Irish on for the name of a cocktail that was half French, half Irish ingredients. And the website called it Parlez-vous Irish. And I went, no. If you're going to speak French for half of it, you should speak Irish for. And so I asked Franklin, how would I say it? And he's like, it's Guelga. And it looks like you don't say Gaelic, you say Guelga. And so I called the cocktail Parlez-vous Guelga. And because it had Irish whiskey in it, which of course is Guelga word, they called it water of life, Whiskey Baja. And the English just kind of went, that sounds like you're saying whiskey. Okay, we're going to call it whiskey. And the Irish are going, Oyster. And they're going, yeah, whiskey. Whiskey is good.
That was
the English were a bit like that with naming stuff. But it's weird how different people call an alcoholic beverage the water of life. Like whiskey is literally the Guelga is Whiskey Baja, which is water of life. The English used to call it aqua vitae, which is water of life.
Which
the
is
French,
Latin.
The French, the English were using Latin when they called aqua vitae. The French refer to eau de vie, which is the water of life. And here's Ludo coming in and saying,
Hi, Ludo.
What are you making? Just rice. Okay. Sorry, there's rice cooking going on the other half of the room. Ludo is such a good boy.
Trying to get the angle right.
Aw,
Ludo loves his mummy.
loves you.
Oh, yeah, Stella pointing out the anglicised Aboriginal names. Australian place names are so funny. They're either commemorating someone from England or they're approximating from the local Indigenous language and bastardising it terribly. Like even Dubbo, where I'm from, no one's 100% sure what Dubbo means. It was a local word. And there's two theories. One is it sounds like a word in one of the local languages that means red earth, and the dirt is very red in Dubbo. So that, but there's a ceremonial head covering called the tubo, and they think it might be that because the first settler, the first colonizer who settled there, the house he built, the chimney in it looked a bit like the ceremonial head covering. And there's a theory that the locals said to him, your house is Tubbo. It looks like the head covering that they call Tubbo. And he heard it was Dubbo, and so he named the property Dubbo. So it's the weird thing.
That makes sense.
We anglicise the names of these places, and half the time people go, we think it means this, but we're not actually sure. So like,
Oh, Woolloongabba.
yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry. When cats meow, I always meow back.
Yeah, so do I. Oh, do your cats ever say funny things? Like, relatively recently, like since moving into this house, I noticed our older cat, Mimsy, will occasionally make this noise that sounds disturbingly like she's saying, hello. It's just weird. And she did it the first time I heard it. She did it in a hall. Oh my god, I've had too many cocktails. I have literally left that video camera recording for 30 minutes. Hang
But I remember reading that.
you lost your me privileges.
That,
oh my
that
god,
Woolloongabba,
audio recorder too. Jesus.
I remember reading that Woolloongabba means talk, fight, place.
Talk fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So
like
place,
Canberra.
where you meet to talk and
argument.
fight.
Canberra is meant to mean meeting place.
That makes sense.
Oh, having a
Josh?
late night synagogue snack. Cool. Okay. Yeah, young Miss Angry has cooked a.
There are these Yappa dogs down the road. They've
Oh, there's
probably
other dogs
set them off.
called in. Young is Angry has made a Filipino sour soup called sinigang with pork, which is super yummy, and I'm a huge fan. And she's having the second bowl tonight. So if you hear a microwave in the backyard, that's just backyard. Backyard. There could be a microwave in the backyard. I don't know. Yeah, if you hear a microwave in the backyard, oh God, I said it again. Jeez.
What did you drink earlier? What have you been drinking?
Lots of this. Cachaça. I've made 3 cachaça. In fact, I finished with videos, but I found another recipe that I absolutely I want to do a version of. They call it a cocoa Milky Way, and I'm going to adapt it a little bit. All right, so 1.5 ounces of cachaça. That's easy.
What is it? What is cachaça?
Cachaça is a Brazilian drink. It's like the national drink of Brazil. It's a spirit. It's a spirit distilled from sugarcane juice. Like rum is distilled from molasses, which is the boiled down sugarcane juice. So it's really thick. But cachaça is actually made from just the straight sugarcane juice. It's not boiled down. So it's got a more subtle taste. People often refer to it as grassy or funky. I don't know. So I'm doing that amount.
Okay, give that a try. Leo's being loud.
You can get cachaça from Dan Murphy's. I'm going to do 2/3 of an ounce of pineapple juice. Now, this is where I'm making some shit up now. They say use coconut, sugar, and cream. I'm using this stuff that I made, homemade cream of coconut. Do 1 ounce of that. So, and that's really easy to make. It's like half coconut cream and half sugar. It's so yummy, and it's so bad for you because it's so much sugar, but it's so yummy. And then they say do some amaretto, which is an almond liqueur, and some hazelnut liqueur. And I'm like, no, screw that. I'm just going for the Mac. Where's my Mac? There it is. I'm going to do 1 ounce of Mac, the macadamia liqueur.
Oh, I got some of that.
You got some Mac. So I'm going to do 1 ounce of Mac. Because they were saying using other nut liqueurs, and I'm like, no, I'm just going to use my put it, and some lemon juice, I think. Yeah. It says 1/3 of an ounce of lemon juice. Got some lemon juice in the fridge. Yeah. All right. Gonna put some lemon juice in. Right, 1/3 of an ounce. I can do that.
I put too much vodka in that.
1/3 of an ounce. Oh shit! Okay, I don't know why I said that, but
That's a very vocal cat you have, Abigail.
it's pretty vocal.
So
Yeah.
Got a
clingy.
lot to say.
She's
But then
just
again,
wants
so is my
all the
dog.
pats. She's very clingy.
Right. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Got to shake it hard because it's got lemon juice and coconut milk in it. Got to blend it. Okay, that's about as much as I can deal with.
Pluto isn't
too hard.
visible unless I have the big fluoro light on.
Okay.
I came off my diet today. I came off it with a bang.
With a
fell off.
bang.
Yeah. I ate a whole packet of Lollygobble Bliss Bombs. They're huge. They are really big. And that was it. I was like, okay, I'm having lots of sugary cocktails. I've ruined the next 24 hours. So fuck it. I'm just going to suck down a whole heap of sugar.
Do it.
I can't stand sugary
This
things.
is my life
I
now.
recently got a taste of Bloody Marys.
Right.
I don't like Bloody Marys. I don't like cold tomato. It's wrong.
Yeah, I'm not fond of it.
Yeah. No, I'm not into
I
cold
just I
tomato.
don't I don't like I don't like overly sweet things or fruity things, so.
Oh, wow.
This is nice because it's like savory.
Yeah.
This is very sweet. I haven't tasted it, but I'm telling you up front, this is very sweet.
Yep, I'm a cat perch. This is
You
my
really?
life.
Look at you.
Aww.
Stella's dogs are barking at Ludo. Nice.
Well,
I want to find my Sir Pounds. I'll be back in a moment. Hopefully, if I can find him.
Oh, I love drinks made with cream of coconut. It's so fucking decadent. Oh, it's so good.
Hey, Will, how's the bacon pancakes going?
Yeah. God,
Yeah, you've got a couple of interested parties on this live stream.
I know.
that wants
Very interested. It's enough to make me.
Oh, good.
Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to check out. Have I got any pancake mix?
Oh, kitty.
pancake mix is a scam. It's just egg, milk, and flour. How hard is that?
Yeah, but I'm
Look at that.
lazy.
Yeah, and it, like you can put them in the cupboard and they just last. Whereas,
What, cats?
no, pancake mix. Whereas, like, I don't usually buy eggs at all, so you know, I don't usually.
I turn into such a needy 7-year-old. I've got my cats.
Oh.
But look, he's got like the same sort of thing happening on the ears and above the head, on the top of the head, Abigail.
Yeah.
See?
Oh yeah.
He's got blobs in the right place. And he's got...
Yeah, that's remarkably similar.
Blobs.
Yeah.
My cat's a bit smaller than yours,
This
though.
one's fucking massive.
Yeah.
I love Kirsten's line. I'm a salty bitch, so I have to drink sugary drinks. So I didn't find.
I'm going to steal that. Hey, Kirsten, is the footy over yet? Why aren't you on the live stream?
I didn't find any pancake mix, but I did find some chips. So you know, I can.
Oh,
Camembert.
better than nothing.
Camembert.
I've tried those.
Oh.
Chips with camembert flavour.
Camembert and what?
Fig.
Fig. Oh, weird.
Camembert and fig.
Okay.
Very sophisticated I am. I don't know where my cat is. Okay, Nettie, just that reaction, okay? Fuck you. It's just
It's just
collapsing.
I had a big happy thing happening, and I thought, oh, I better go away.
Collapsing into hysterics just because I said I was sophisticated. Okay.
That reminds me of a joke.
Sorry.
It's called The Aristocrats. Have you heard of it?
AG does a very good version of The Aristocrats.
I'm not going to
bet he
repeat my
does.
version.
For those who don't know The Aristocrats, it's a joke comedians tell other comedians. Basically, someone walks into a talent agency and says, I've got an act for you. And the agent says, okay, what is it? And then you come and describe the most disgusting, vile thing you can. It's like a family act, and you bring in incest and bestiality and feces and mutilation, and you make it as drawn out and gross and disgusting as you can, and you just keep going further. And the idea is every time you say something that takes it further and further, the people hearing it go, oh, and you just keep going and going and take it further. And when you've reached the absolute pits of depravity in the description, you go, and that's the act. And the talent agent goes, what on earth do you call an act like that? And you say, The Aristocrats. Because it's very, it's not funny.
I would love to hear
No.
his rendition.
No, AT does a truly terrible version. And he,
I bet he does.
slightly different, but he does a truly terrible version. And by terrible, I mean good version of The Aristocrats. There's a doco that was put together by Penn Jillette, the famous magic act, Penn and Teller, and because he was just fascinated with that this was a tradition among comedians to do this. AZ says there's a slightly...
Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, yeah, Gilbert Gottfried famously was the first comedian who tried to do a 9/11 joke, and it was actually quite soon after the 9/11 attacks, and the audience reacted really badly, like, that's terrible. And he goes, oh, you think that's the worst thing I can say. And then he moved into a particularly terrible version of The Aristocrats, because he was just trying to say to the audience, like, no, if you think me making a 9/11 joke is the worst thing I can do tonight, I have news for you. I can do it's not. AZ says Australian comedians on the road have a different version of that. Goes, I know you're gay because, and you say when you're on a bus with other comedians, they're just saying to each other, I know you're gay because, and for the joke to be funny, you have to be saying something about yourself, not the other person. Like, I know you're gay because you suck the same guy's dick that I have or something. And, I know you're gay because you're the only one who can make me orgasm or something.
I know you're gay because your cock tastes like shit.
It's like yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. No, that would be probably a winning one. I know you're gay because your cock tastes like someone else's butt. Yeah. That would be a winning move, that one, quite honestly.
I would. I can see that. Bloody Australians. We're disgusting.
Really are.
Anyway.
It's really kind of homophobic in like the worst and also the best way possible.
But the I know you're gay is only funny if you say something about yourself, not the other person.
Yeah.
And that's where God, fucking true. Like stuff I grew up with, like Kevin Bloody Wilson, who had this stupidly hilarious track called Santa Claus, You Fucking Cunt. And
I've heard it.
The only one I ever remember is do you fuck on first dates? Does your dad own a brewery?
Yep.
And like Rodney Root with his famous live album, he had one about is at some rock festival where he was between some rock acts and this chick tries to hit on him and he's going like, but the bands get the hot chicks, only the really ugly chicks go for comedians. And he used the line, didn't go ugly. She's like, she's the type, like, if you woke up next to her, you'd chew your own arm off rather than wake her up. She's lying on your arm. And he's saying all this stuff about she's awful, she's ugly, and the audience is laughing. And then he goes, anyway, after I fucked her.
Yeah.
And it became funny because you thought he's just being a misogynist and deriding her and deriding her and deriding her. And then he goes, anyway, after I fucked her. And it was just like, dude.
You remember that Cane Toads documentary that came out?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Late 80s? And the one about the dogs mockumentary. Documentary. Yeah, and the chihuahua gets picked up by the pelican and taken away. And that's the first time I saw mockumentaries. They were Australian. It was Australians beating the shit out of cane toads and licking them to get high.
Yeah, because you can get high off cane toads. Yep.
And the dogs dying.
Yeah. My favourite bit in the cane toads documentary, for people who aren't familiar with cane toads, they just secrete poison. They have all these poison sacs on their back. So if an animal tries to eat them, when the jaws squeeze on them, they excrete all this poison and they die. And there was this American naturalist. He was working with the Queensland Museum or something, and he was what are the native cats called? The colloquial name is native cats, but they've got a real name, and I can't remember it. Anyway, they're this really cute
cats.
They're this really cute carnivorous marsupial, basically.
Quolls.
Quolls, thank you. That's it. It's the quolls.
I love
And
quolls.
the American who was raising quolls, and he loved them. And one of the quolls bit a cane toad and died instantly. Like, he bit into it, and it just squirted this neurotoxin down its throat. And the quoll died almost instantly. And this guy says, and I was so angry at this gross fucking cane toad. I had like a pickaxe there, and I just went, die, you motherfucker. And I hit it with the pickaxe, and it did kill it, but it also made it squirt poison, which shot up into my face and into my eyes. And I was blind, and I was in the most excruciating pain I've ever been. And I was by myself. And so I'm lying on the ground screaming, and I'm blind because this poison has hit my eyes. And I'm just, and it took him about 3 weeks to recover in hospital. And it was just, and it was just like, all he did was he hit it with a pickaxe to kill it, and it squirted poison that went straight into his eyes. And it's the neurotoxin in cane toad.
I'll be back in a sec.
Extreme. Okay, Abigail's got to do something.
I actually have really fond memories of watching that cane toad documentary because it came on New Year's Day after one of the first really great New Year's Eve parties I'd ever gone to.
Oh,
as
cool.
Like, you know, as like a 19 or 20-year-old. And we're all like, you know, exhausted from too much of everything the night before. And then on comes cane toads, and we're just like, beat the shit out of that ugly fucker. Yes.
Yeah. All the people running over the cane toads.
Yes.
I think Kirsten wants to join us. I'm really slow. About 5 minutes ago, Kirsten posted in the chat she couldn't find the link. So I just posted it again. So my apologies, Kirsten. It's probably because this is the fourth cachaça cocktail.
So just thought I'd show you the bacon pancakes.
Oh my
They've
God.
got
Nice.
little bits of bacon in them.
Just
thought
I'd have to make those
I'd
tomorrow.
show you and
Yeah.
make your mouth water a bit.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's baking tomorrow. My kids are going to thank you for the inspiration.
Came from somewhere in South America, I think. They were introduced because it was thought they would eat a bug that was devastating the sugarcane.
Yeah, that's why they got here.
And it didn't work. And cane
that
toad.
was a bad idea.
But
And then there was the documentary about dogs, and there was Fugly. There was Fugly the dog that used to that got out like hundreds of times a year, and got picked up by the dog catcher in Mossman. And his name was Fugly, and it was the best thing ever. And from then on, Fugly was a word. That person's fugly, this thing's fugly, whatever.
Kirsten!
Hi!
Hello.
Hello. I've been drinking your whiskey.
Oh, that's great.
I'm so glad that I got 2 bottles instead of 1.
You learnt from last time, right?
I did.
I've almost got through my twofold, so I think when the twofold's gone, I'm probably going to order more twofold and probably another old fashioned as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I know
Stella's
a big fan of the bottled Manhattan as well. Have you redone your hair recently, Kirsten, or
No, it's just clean.
It's perfect. Yeah.
At least I'm honest, right?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's all good.
And,
I just wanted to prove to you that it's like really long. Like, look at how long it is.
yeah.
Because I usually have it sitting up on top of my head. So you're in a very interesting tripod, because I used to have a laptop and currently don't.
What happened to it?
Can you guys hear Ludo with his squeaky ball?
I was about to say, I just heard it squeaking toy. I was wondering if that was Luna. Yeah.
Yeah,
I had to give
he's
it
got his squeaky
back
ball.
to my previous employer.
Oh, right.
I see. Expensive
So
bits of equipment and all.
Don't have
Enjoy
it.
your
I don't have a laptop at the moment.
Oh, right. So you're going to move to Sydney, you were telling me.
I'm going to move to Sydney. And there's a bit of a hint as to where I'm going.
Why
Newtown.
Sydney? Sydney's the worst.
Newtown, aren't you?
Sydney's. I've been there. It's awful. Like even
You're
to
such
visit,
a
it's awful.
Melbourneite. You are so Melbourne, Abigail.
I am.
You are very.
My son made me
this
some
hair is going to drive me
pancakes,
But that's
Sam's
awesome.
bacon. Yeah, Sydney. I want to. The next time I go back to Sydney, I'm going to bring them the miracle that is the right angle. Because have you seen their streets? It's amazing.
Oh my God. Yeah. No,
It's the worst.
Sydney streets are literally horse tracks that someone decided to pave over at some point.
Yes, they are. What? You don't do that here?
No, well, in Melbourne, it's all straight lines.
It's all straight lines in Melbourne.
It's compulsive with all the like, let's have order and shit. In Sydney, it's just like, let's be organic, let's just grow and have no rules.
What I love is
the people in Sydney are just so rude and like
they are
unsocial.
Can we not? I literally chose to move there yesterday.
No.
Where are you going to? Which part of Sydney?
Kind of.
Which part of Sydney, Kirsten?
I'll mostly be hanging out in Rosebery.
Okay.
Rosebery.
And why are you moving to Sydney?
Thank you,
Because
Ludo.
a distillery from Sydney asked if I would like to come and be their planning manager.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Going upwards and upwards. Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not just because you wanted to go to Sydney.
What the fuck is Rosebery? Honestly.
Near the airport.
Oh no.
Sorry, Toby.
Being
in the
near
chat.
the airport doesn't matter because
Have you got double or triple glazing?
No, because there's a curfew.
I'm looking it up.
I
That's a
remember
what?
I lived in Sydney for 10 years and I had some friends like in the inner west who were right under the flight path. And if you were like tripping ball, lie down in their backyard as the planes went over there.
Oh, gee.
And it was a bit of an experience, quite honestly.
Mhm.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Google Maps. I'm looking at the Googly Maps. And,
Googly
oh my God, it's near Kingsford. Oh, but at least, okay.
Ludo,
All right, let's see where you
Why
are
do
now.
you pick the middle of the night to want to play?
What? Ludo just wants to play.
He just wants to join in. Okay, all right. Kirsten,
Mm.
this is acceptable. It's acceptable. But you understand that the real party is a little bit further north
It's okay.
from Rosebery.
I'm not going there for anything except a job.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the job prospect is very exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So
Nice.
When will
Actually,
you be able to move
is that
though?
near Tempe?
Wednesday next week.
That's soon. Holy shit.
Very soon.
Yep. So I got my border permit.
Oh yeah, you'd need a border permit.
Okay, I know where you are now.
Yeah. So
Are they going to
Heading
let you?
north.
I mean, you're coming from Melbourne, right? They're going to
Yep.
let you across the border?
I have to go into quarantine. So the next time we speak, I'll probably be sitting in a hotel room.
Oh my God, 2 weeks in a hotel room. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, with my beloved. I'm not leaving him behind. He's allowed to come.
Good.
So that's going to really test some things because he'll be working and I won't be.
Yikes. Yep. No, we'll have to do lots of chat hangs just so you've got some semblance of sanity while you're locked up there.
Yeah, well,
Excuse me.
so I've literally
2
got
weeks in a hotel room is hard.
12 days to pack up 5 years worth of stuff.
Damn. Last time I moved, I'd lived in the same house for 10 years, and the move was the worst fucking experience of my life. Moving up to 10 years.
You're not filling her with confidence, stuff.
Yeah, 5 years is fine. 5 years is fine.
So
10 years is bad.
Well, we did recently move from one apartment in this building to another apartment in this building,
Oh, there
which
you
was
go.
traumatic enough.
Yeah.
Luckily, like 50% of our stuff is still in a box because we were planning on moving from this house out to a different house in Sydney, in Melbourne, and a couple of weeks ago this opportunity came and
Yeah.
I just couldn't say no.
Excellent.
So I said yes, even though I'm
Excellent.
absolutely terrified.
Oh, yeah, but, making the big leap. Sorry, those squeaks are hilarious, Charlie. It's cracking me up.
Kirsten, I can introduce you to a friend in Sydney who is admittedly extremely busy at the moment with family stuff, but also a very welcoming.
Yeah, I have one brother in town, so I'll probably just hang out with him and like all the gin peeps.
Yeah, the gin
They're very
he's in it.
nice.
it's a really good community, so really good to be able to hang out with all the gin people.
Excellent.
So you'll probably be looking for a place in Tempe to live.
Literally don't even know where we're
Wisconsin.
going. We're just going to go and stay in a service department for a couple of weeks. Because, well, the 2 weeks of quarantine, we can't do anything. We can't go anywhere. We can't look at anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ludo, look at your little face.
Oh, I love Ludo. I love it when their little lip gets caught up in their teeth. They look really dopey.
Gumby.
It's so
Cutest.
Little speak.
Ruff. I love it.
Wait.
Ludo just loves attention. He's like, pay attention to me, mummy. He's like,
Wait. I got the ball. Wait. Take it. Take it. Boy, take it.
he's a good dog. No,
You know
he's-
this one. Take it.
All right. Oh, there you go.
Kirsten,
Excited now.
this means that we can't have the post lockdown pub crawl that we were planning.
No. We'll just have to plan it for the next time I'm in town. So there's a big gin show that we've already bought tickets to that's been postponed until February. So I've already told my new boss. I was like, by the way, I have to go back to Melbourne for February. So I'm going to be in town and I'll make sure that, by then we should be able to go places. So
Yeah, February's a good target.
it'll be
I
good.
like that.
Yeah. February's good weather in February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sydney always has pretty good
Bushfires have
weather,
calmed
though.
down by February.
It's
Let's
actually one of the like reasons that we're going is the weather.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And a change of scenery. Maybe that'll be good. I don't know.
watch out for the cockroaches.
I'm from Perth. The cockroaches are this big.
Yeah, they're that big in Sydney too.
Yeah.
There isn't much there.
That's what suburb you're in. In the eastern suburbs, they have these tiny cockroaches, and in the western suburbs, they have the big ones. So,
well, actually, she's going to be
still,
south
it's still
a little bit.
really funny to me that eastern staters are like, oh yes, the west is terrible, blah blah blah, and the east is the like good bits, whereas where I'm from, the east is the slums and the west is the fancy bit.
yeah.
But that's because I'm from the other side of the country where the ocean is on a different side.
Yeah, but it's apparently it's literally to do with commuting. Like, so on the east coast of Australia, if you're in the western suburbs and you're going towards the city in the morning, you're driving into the sun, which sucks. And when you're going home in the afternoon, you're driving into the sun again, which sucks. So that's why on the east coast, the western suburbs tend to be the lesser suburbs compared to the east, just because the commute sucks more. That's the theory.
I had literally never even thought about that as like a reason, and you know what? It makes total sense.
Yeah. I'm sitting here like really kind of drunk and thinking about making another thing. But,
do it.
I am too.
Because I made up this great big thing of cream of coconut, so I'm just looking at cocktails that have cream of coconut in it at the moment. Coco Martini.
Does anybody want a large amount of tonic water? Because
you've got a large amount of tonic water.
Well,
is that just
that's much more portable than my laptop? Like, there's all my tonic water. Like,
that's a lot of
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 boxes of it. So.
Is that just like carbonated water?
No, it's got quinine in it.
So it's like soda water that has a bitter edge.
Okay.
It's got sugar and
yeah,
quinine.
you don't just drink it by itself, unless you're a bit weird. We definitely have drunk it by itself.
I do. But I am a bit weird, so.
Yeah.
You sort of have to really want to do that. So,
it's an acquired taste.
It is, yes. What else? Yeah, I need to get rid of the tonic water, and there's another couple of bits and bobs that I just.
Isn't it? Wasn't the gin and tonic was invented to make the tonic water taste better? Like they had the tonic water for the malaria, and so they invented the gin and tonic because the gin made the tonic water not taste so bad.
I think it was to encourage people to drink their tonic water. Yeah, and it's like with sailors, rum and lime or gin and lime was to get them to drink the lime for protection against scurvy. So basically just sailors and explorers were massive piss heads because they... Well, what's that one, Kirsten?
So this is aromatic tonic water.
I've got that one.
Which was developed, so the Angostura bitters was developed to cover the taste of the quinine to make drinking your tonic more palatable. And the other thing that is sort of What am I doing? Is a lot of the original pink gins had Angostura bitters in them.
Yeah.
And the reason that they had Angostura bitters was to sort of like balance out how much sugar syrup they put into them. So the colour came from Angostura bitters, and then the sugar syrup was added to flavour the gin or cover over how awful the gin was back in the olden days. That's why pink gin sort of has a bad rap.
The rums and gins and brandies they were drinking a couple of hundred years ago were pretty rough. It's like I keep making milk punches or milk clarified drinks. The original reason for making milk punches is because the alcohols they were drinking, the brandies and the various other things, were like rough as guts. And when someone found a way to kind of take the edge off the booze, they were all for it. It's less of a thing now because the spirits are a lot smoother than they used to be. David wants us to read the Bible. Fine advice. Water into wine is a good bit for us, I think.
Yes, I like pointing out all the contradictions and inconsistencies, and also like God's death toll is it's like orders of magnitude more than the devil.
Yeah, I always love Ned Flanders' line when he's trying to negotiate with God about why you're being so difficult. I followed everything that's in the Bible, including the bits that contradict the other bits. Okay. David is saying alcohol is sinful. David, you're going to hell because you just called Jesus sinful because Jesus turned water into wine. So fuck you, buddy. Jesus hates you.
And Jesus' blood is wine.
Yes. So David, you're going to fucking hell, okay?
Let's hear it for Sin. Big fan.
Yeah, I'm actually a fairly big fan of Sin. I'm a fairly big fan of Sin. I'm going to make just a fucking deadly coconut martini that I found a recipe for with some overproof gin. So
just to spite this Bible basher in the comments.
And also to honor Jesus, because Jesus would do it.
Jesus wants you to drink wine.
Yeah. So okay, I got to get my overproof gin.
I'm gonna
it was grape juice. Of course, it was grape juice. Wine is made out of grapes.
Grape juice that makes you stupid.
grape
grape juice that makes you an expert in everything and so eloquent when you argue at people, or so I'm told.
When I was little, I asked my Oma what wine was, and she said it's grape juice that makes you stupid.
She knew what she was talking about.
Charlie.
She knew
that's
what she was
on point. Okay.
So,
Ludo was insisting on sitting on my lap.
I honestly just thought of the most gratuitously offensive thing that I've thought of in a while, and I'll probably hold back unless this dude really asks for it.
Oh, if it's anti-religious, I really want to hear it. Like,
okay, well, we're talking about water into wine and fucking going straight to Hellboy. There is saying now it's grape juice, motherfucker. It was wine. It was noted quite specifically. It was alcoholic wine that the wedding guests at Cana. And by the way, dipshit, I went to Catholic school and I read the Bible every fucking day. You are not going to beat me on Bible knowledge, okay?
I was raised in
not only
household.
What I was going to say, which was probably the most sacrilegious thing I've ever thought of, not only did Jesus turn water into wine, when he sucked off the 12 apostles, he turned their jizz into gin and drank that.
Now he's capital letters mad. Oh my god.
Oh no, he's the caps lock warrior.
Caps lock.
I had a whole script for a video about Caps Lock Warrior because Caps Lock Warriors are hilarious. I love them.
Caps Lock is cruise control for cool.
Yes, Maddie, you know what's up. Yeah, I love Dingle Doty. Like, considering Dingle Doty is imbibing alcohol is her least sinful attribute, and I'm completely on board with that. So
I am actually disappointed that we don't get more of those trolls. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're kind of fun sometimes. How many? Well, apart from the fact that Catholic priests are gross,
yeah.
How many of them are like complete and utter alcoholics? Quite a lot.
About half. Yeah.
Mm.
Particularly the Irish ones. The town where I grew up, we had, and my parish priest was Irish Catholic, and they are such piss heads. They are.
I'm trying to decide whether or not taking a martini pick is important to take into hotel quarantine.
Probably. Very probably.
So my thought was, hotel quarantine, I don't really need a lot. I just need like a couple of changes of pajamas and like something to wear in and something to wear out, and like 2 changes of clothes because we get our bags the day after we get out. So like all our stuff will arrive.
Okay.
Like we have the bags we take on a plane with us, and then the rest of it will get delivered a couple of days later. So like I don't need an awful lot. So my thought
is there like a quarantine pipeline from the plane to the hotel?
Yeah, it's a bus. So you have to register in order to get on the plane. You have to have a permit.
Yeah.
And then you literally get on the plane, you get met at the plane by a bunch of police people who check your papers, and then you go onto a bus to a hotel that they choose.
Okay.
And you have to pay for it.
And you have to pay for the pleasure. Yes, we do.
Yeah, these days you have to pay for it, yeah. Look,
and then,
I just want to say, unrelated, I'm pretty fucking impressed with my wash line on this.
Look at that. Amazing. That is a good wash line.
Yeah. That's my fucking coconut Gibson martini, so, you know.
Nice.
I'm on the Only Bitters website, so this is a bit dangerous.
This is how things went sideways for you last stream.
I love
Nettie.
Harris, like seeing Nettie post on Facebook on Saturdays after this live stream, posting things like, "The fuck did I order on the internet last night?"
You guys know, I don't. So I'm looking at Applewood Gin.
Okay. What was Kirsten? You had another one that you were telling me to. David, I'm whoring my tongue to the devil. The devil is pretty fond of my tongue, young son.
Yeah, mine too. I use it for all sorts of things.
Bring your tongue to the devil.
They don't know.
What?
Behave yourself.
He's in the silly zone.
Yes, I can see.
It's about this time of night every Friday, isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah. Ludo's the biggest puppy in the world. Like this huge
so sweet.
I'm a puppy. I'm just a little puppy.
Yeah. This 50-kilo monster wants to sit on my lap.
You're not a lapdog, Ludo.
He doesn't know
He's a
that.
lapdog.
Ludo doesn't know that.
And now,
what was the last gin you were trying to? Oh, I've got a bit my cheek now. My teeth are out of control.
Oh no, I hate that.
Your teeth are out of control.
My teeth.
That's wild, angry. I don't know.
It's
Should I
all
get
that
this,
devil whoring. that
Should I
your
get
tongue
this
is doing.
pink applewood gin, guys?
The coral. That was I was going to try the coral at some point. That is most pink gins. The applewood coral is a salty gin.
This is a bit salty. So it's rye berries and kakala, which is also called pig face, and it grows near the beach.
Hang on a moment. I think I've got ryeberry.
I remember that Henry going like, some people call it pig face. That's a bad name. We don't call it that.
Yeah.
So
kakala.
in response to Mr. Godbotherer, Caps Lock Warrior,
Yeah.
David, your mum rolled over this morning and told me how sinful I was last night.
Yeah. And she loved ding.
Ding. Okay, give me the context of what gin I was recommending to you, and then I'll tell you what gin it was.
Okay. I'm trying to remember because I know at one point you were. I mean, it's going to be a little. This is my current Navy strength, Brogan's Way, and I've still got quite a bit of it. At one point, you were saying the next Navy strength I should get would be Never Never, their triple juniper.
No, Never Southern Strength.
Sorry, that's it. Southern Strength is their Navy strength.
It's not quite a Navy strength. It's like 45.
Oh, it's a bit more. Okay. Oh, so I've now worked out this. The guy
it's like 52.
The guy we think is a godfatherer is actually just taking the piss.
Yeah.
He's just trolling for the sake of it. Not even the most.
Too bad Lee's not in. You know.
Yeah. Not even the most hardcore evangelical says there are no contradictions in the Bible. At this point,
or that dogs are sinful.
I know this dude is just
never
trolling.
heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't even believe it. He's just joking.
Next time, the next minute, this guy's going to start asking about the couch auction or something.
Oh, like if
those are all fun.
What was with that?
No, this dude brought up Video Dude now. Okay, this is fucking funny.
I was saying, like, you know, because Lee's a Christian. If he was in, like,
Video,
he would set this idiot straight. Like,
yeah. No, this guy's just a silly troll. It's funny. If he was a sincere Christian, I'd probably have a bit of fun taunting him, but he doesn't even believe the shit he's saying. So that's just silly. Stella, Stella was making a dessert.
Really didn't. What sort of dessert, Stella?
Actually, I think it's only 10 p.m.
No,
It's
only 10 p.m. My own gin.
Perfectly acceptable time to make dessert.
What was that?
I don't know. I think Nettie fell over when she walked away from her chair.
Oh no!
It's like hell.
Look, I just had pancakes at 11:30 at night. So
which I'm so fucking jealous of.
It was just so surprising that like my son had made me like a stack of pancakes. Like how good is that?
Awesome.
Down.
Stella.
Oh, here it is. Southern Strength. It's not a Navy strength. It's only 52% ABV.
Okay, but it's overproof. So there you go. Oh, Stella made strawberries and whipped cream, which sounds really good.
Down.
That sounds really cool.
Oh, Stella, Kirsten's going to another distillery in Sydney.
Yes, I am.
And
when they tell me that I'm allowed to tell you where it is, I'll tell you where it is.
And you got to keep coming back into the streams because you're like the oracle of things. When I need to ask what's a good Australian distiller of X, go to.
I don't always know what's a good distiller of X. I know a distiller of X.
I'm just thoroughly willing to experiment.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what the great thing about your like your cocktail making, Angry, and it's always been something that's been quite interesting to me because obviously I followed you for a long time, where you've always been willing to make like infusions and try something new, and you've got super into milk clarifying and so husband and I, we had a long talk today and we were like, okay, so we're obviously taking a bottle of vermouth, and then it's like, how much of our own glassware do we need to take into hotel quarantine? So the plan is to have the least amount of actual clothing and snacks and alcohol, and that's it.
Yeah, that's that's living your best life right there.
Yeah, you're in one room in a hotel. You don't need clothes, but you do need alcohol. So
yeah. By the end of 2 weeks, staring at the walls, you're gonna need it. Like,
I want to be like those people who in the when the hotel quarantine was a new thing and people were feeling hard done by, they were standing in windows and they were making signs and holding them in the windows. I would make the worst signs. It's just it would just be signs like, I'm not wearing pants and
what are pants? So we're thinking a small bottle of dry vermouth, a small bottle of sweet vermouth, obviously a little bottle of Amaro.
Yeah.
And then I think we're going to decant a bunch of things into 100 ml bottles. Ooh. So we'll have 100 mils of several things.
Yes.
As opposed to one 700 ml or two 700 ml bottles.
Yeah.
So,
That is a good idea. Bottles.
I think that's what we're going to do, and hope like hell they don't search our bags.
Jesus Christ, midnight. Okay, cool. I don't want to go to bed yet. I
feel like midnight.
I'm just observing that it's midnight because that really took me by surprise. Toby wants to know where Nettie's gone. I don't know. Nettie went up to get another drink, and then we heard a sound that sounded like she fell over, but we're not really sure.
No. She doesn't come back in like 15 or... Yeah. Squawk if you can hear us, Nettie. Well, she didn't turn her microphone off, so if she needed help, she could yell.
She would. If she was prostate.
What if she fell and hit her head and passed out?
She does have 2 children in the house. Like, I'm certain that they would assist.
They're like, one's a teenager and one's preteen.
Yeah.
Oh,
they'd fine.
Yeah. Like they can.
It's fine.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
So I'm making a little aviator hat and goggles for my duck.
For your duck.
My God, that's awesome.
That's gorgeous.
So, yeah.
Can we see the duck?
I have the duck's still in pieces. Like, there's the body. I'm using a pattern, and all I have to do is the goggles, and then I'm assembling the duck.
Yay! So, she's alive.
Hey,
she's
you're alive.
Hi. I made something very pleasant.
Oh, what is it, Nettie?
I put
gin and elderflower liqueur.
I put what was left of this gin into here. And then I put half as much of this in there as well, which is elderflower liqueur.
Ooh.
Bitter Truth.
Yeah, the Bitter Truth make good stuff. Yeah.
And then I poured ryeberry superfood in there.
Oh, fucking cool.
And a splash of, soda water.
Yes.
And it's very pleasant.
Oh. Good. Excellent. So.
Yeah.
If we're talking about gins that I recommend next.
Yeah.
Now, you're the overproof guy, so you just keep getting Navy strength. Actually, this is a really good Navy strength. It's not even a Navy strength. This is
Larrikin.
Bush Tucker Gin. It's at 50.7%.
Yeah. Right.
Kirsten Lee, what are you doing? So 50.7, and 50.7 is the highest temperature ever recorded in Australia. So this is called Sunburnt Country. It's all sorts of Australian natives. So wattle seed, lemon myrtle, lemon aspen, kakadu plum, native blood lime, desert lime, bush tomato, strawberry gum, Davidson plum, and finger limes. Made by the absolute legends at Larrikin Gin, which is located in Ballarat.
Nice.
So they're really, really nice people, and they make a bunch of really good gins. Their Buccaneer, which is their Navy strength gin, is so good you don't know that you're drinking it, which is so dangerous.
Stella, where do you work that you're allowed to wear purple creepers?
Yes, I had a rockabilly friend.
I love
who
it.
wore purple creepers. Yeah.
Like what? Off your tree?
I tell you, as soon as we're allowed to travel, like out to Geelong and stuff.
Are you a colour goth, Stella?
I'm a sparkle goth. I've always been I'm a sparkle goth.
Sparkle goth, nice. Celtic King wants
see, my favourite colour is sparkly.
Favorite colour is sparkle. That's good.
Sparkly black.
Yeah, obviously.
Celtic King is like constantly horny.
Okay, Stella doesn't wear the creepers to work, just wears safety boots.
Oh, I see.
But, you've got to buy yourself something celebratory. Husband has decreed that I am only allowed to buy the celebratory thing once we have decided where we're going to live, so that I can get it delivered there.
That makes sense.
Because it would be weird to get something delivered to my new work before I actually work there.
You're there. It's funny because, in starting up my cocktail channel on YouTube, I try to find all the other cocktail channels and interact with them. And there's a few. And there's one dude who's Canadian, and I post stuff occasionally with particular ingredients. He goes, "Oh, I can't get that where I am." I'm like, dude, you must have shit licensing laws where you are, because I can just order everything by mail at the moment. And he was like, yeah, Canada actually has some really shit licensing laws.
So I used to work at a company that sold hairspray to Canada.
Yeah.
And we had to completely redesign all the packaging for the Canadian market, because their licensing, their dangerous goods labeling laws were outrageous.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's kind of like they definitely, and I think even possibly in the US, delivery of alcohol is actually quite difficult. And I'm just like, dude, Dan Murphy's has about 90% of what I want, and everything else. Now it's just go straight to the distillery and say, ooh, that looks good. I want to order that. And they'll send it to me.
Yeah.
And
so I used to have to worry about trying to send alcohol to the founder of our company, who lives in America, and it had a 50% hit rate as to it'll get seized or it would go through, and we literally couldn't figure out what it was, and we would ask our beverage lawyer for the US, because you actually have one of those because it's so complicated. And they would be like, we can't tell you.
Jesus.
Oh, is it okay, America has changed its characteristics quite a lot. Would it be that they accept bribes now? Because that sounds like trying to do business in Asia.
Yeah. But it's weird, because every shop in America sells booze, corner shops sell booze, but you can't get it sent to you.
Yeah,
think they actually relaxed the laws a little bit in Australia with the Rona lockdowns because everyone fucking delivers booze to my house. No one checked. It could be a 10-year-old ordering it over the internet, and they're just leaving it at my front door. And they're meant to check your ID, and they don't.
They are absolutely meant to check your ID. So there's a sticker that you're supposed to put on to packages that are like Australia Post. You must cite an ID to leave this with this is alcohol. Like, do your thing. And like nothing, no chance.
Yeah, but I think the premise is, well, you ordered it with a credit card. You have to be 18 to have a credit card. So fuck it, we're just leaving it at your front door. And it's just like. So, I've been randomly ordering stuff. The one thing I have to stop ordering is kitchen appliances because I keep fucking up and not understanding what the website is saying about the kitchen appliance, and it doesn't fit in the kitchen. Now, that's happened twice now. I've ordered the wrong kitchen appliance.
Oh, no.
Okay, don't buy any more kitchen appliances. So I've been buying clothes and I've been buying booze. And
oh man,
buying stuff, fucking hardware stores. But what have you been buying, Charlie?
So many shoes.
Shoes.
See,
I had that problem.
Do they fit? Do they fit, Charlie? They don't
Most
fit,
of them.
do they? Oh, good. You've done well.
Most of them, yeah. I
So if
found
it's more than half, that's good.
Yeah, I found the trick is where when you order shoes, especially when you order them like from a website that's like where their warehouses are like based in China, you go a size up.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
One of the funniest posts I ever saw was as an American woman. She ordered some clothes off a Chinese website, and the sizes were just stupidly wrong. And then she put them on her 12-year-old daughter, and they fitted her 12-year-old daughter perfectly. And she's like,
"Oh,
right, okay."
I saw this thing where somebody ordered this like crocheted halter neck top, and they were like, they put in the review like, well, it fit the cat.
Yes.
Rip.
Yeah.
Okay,
for a long time, like for almost a decade now, there's been this problem with people getting very excited, young brides getting very excited, thinking that they've found their dream dress on this website. Nobody knows about it. And it's a cheap knockoff of something that actually costs over $50,000.
Yeah.
And it's kind of heartbreaking because they're expecting something wonderful, and what they get is shiny rags from China that possibly smell of fish, depending on how they got shipped. And it's quite sad, but it keeps happening because they're very young and they're very poor. But yeah,
it's like like I use Shein quite a lot, and it's like it's hit and miss. Like
you have to be very careful.
Yeah, and so it's like if I need a dress for something, whatever, like I'll order like 3 different ones, and then see
which one fits.
And pretty much.
But what's their returns policy like, or is it so cheap you don't really care?
Don't bother.
Yeah,
you don't think about it.
But what I like about Shein is that they have when you people who have bought the item can like take a picture of themselves
wearing
the item and post that, and so you can. And so I like to
Judge
look
it.
at that and go, okay, so then I can see how it actually looks in real life and on someone who is my size and etc.
Yeah.
Like,
And they have a
I
plus size.
quite like watching the plus size Shein hauls on YouTube.
I
Because
didn't know that
then you
was a
can
thing.
sort of 100%. Seriously, if you're more than like a size 12, you absolutely have to watch all the YouTube reviews before you can possibly consider purchasing online.
I have actually purchased from Shein and Yoins. Do you guys know Yoin? YOINS. It's a smaller selection, but it's slightly more mature. Slightly.
I
Shein,
think I'm aware of that.
Yoans and Romwe are all the same company.
Yeah, I thought they were. They're just sort of different marketing. Romwe is more hit and miss in my experience. I actually found out about them because I used to be on this website called Polyvore, and they had contests, and if you won the contest, then you get like a $50 voucher for the website, and that's how I got some things. And I got to try out the website without having to lose any money.
Cool.
And
I just like my $5 Target jumper and my very expensive jeans from City Chic.
They're very disposable though. Like they won't last a whole season, these clothes. You know,
That's
they might
my
last
issue
2 weeks.
with sort of fast fashion. Like, I just worry about the inventory churn and the fact that nothing's really lasting, and are we doing the right thing by supporting them? But a lot of the time, like, if I need to buy something online, given that I'm not a size 6, I have to go with fast fashion. And because they do actually do plus sizes. Yeah. Because, you know, all the higher quality things stop at a 14 and you're just like, that's the average woman.
Yeah.
So
Above average, Kirsten, in all ways.
I know, very above average.
Yeah. I got a thing that was on Facebook. They called it the website was called Dracula Clothing. There's all this really gothy stuff, and I liked the look of it. And I thought, okay, I'm buying the cheapest thing off their website and it's a vest. It's a really gothy vest, just to test the quality. Because if this one's any good, there was a shit ton on that website that I like the look of. But
so you mentioned this on the last live stream, and I am 100% certain that my phone heard it and was like,
because you get Dracula clothing now. Yeah. You know what happened today? I started getting these ads for super gay stuff, which is hilarious. And I mean harnesses with cock rings. It's like gay bondage gear. And I didn't even know Facebook would advertise that. I was like, the fuck is that? And I looked
you should see some of the things that Wish put it on.
Yeah, but it's not
like,
Wish. It's a site that just does these fucking leather harnesses with cock rings. And I was in hysterical. I didn't know Facebook would even advertise this. And so I marked not relevant. I've already bought this. And it's but yeah, if this thing from the Dracula Clothing is the right size, I'm probably going to buy a fuck ton. And I don't know if they heard me talking about being a fat bastard or whatever. Because when I think, what sizes do they have this in? And it's like 2XL, 3XL, 4XL, and I'm going, fuck yeah.
Yeah, but a 4XL like Chinese size is still like a medium.
Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, Kirsten, since you're moving up to Sydney, for goth wear and you can ask them to make it in your size. Go to Gallery Serpentine.
Gallery Serpentine. I'll write that down.
They do everything from satin little t-shirts from the nightclub to wedding gear, wedding outfits. Yeah, they do the whole lot. I knew those guys when they just started out in Newtown. I think they've got 2 shops now. But yeah, they do a lot of weddings and formals.
So I just bought myself a bunch of like tops on. Don't tell my husband. On a City Chic that have like puffed sleeves and like tiny little bit of like corporate goth because shoes are expensive. So that's the plan. I'm pretty sure that I can still wear Converse and jeans to work. So looking forward to that.
Geez, I'm getting super good Halloween ads on Facebook at the moment for Halloween masks.
Yeah, this is
we should have a Halloween night. Yeah, I think we brought this up last week, but I'm gonna bring it up again every week.
Absolutely. Well,
I got this
spooky season.
Spooky time.
Almost here.
Spooky tree. Spooky tree.
Yeah.
I got this dress from Shein. I got it for a wedding.
Well, that's cute.
That's so cute.
It is gorgeous. Like when I have it
that's
on,
really
like,
nice.
That looks lovely. That looks like the sort of thing that I wanted to wear, but I set the wrong hips.
Like yeah.
No, it's skinny.
And I wore that with my little black leather jacket. And
oh, nice.
Gorgeous.
Because it was a winter wedding.
I bought myself a navy blue velvet dress that has like puffy sleeves and like a pussy bow like tie at the neck, and it's super stretchy through the waist and it's super comfy. So yeah, and it has pockets.
Yeah.
Pockets.
So I discovered this website called Little Party Dress. They go to a size 24. It's an Australian-owned company. They make their stuff in China, but
party dress. Looking at it.
They regularly have very, very good sales, and I think like the most expensive dress that they've got on there is like $150, but it's super sequinedy and beaded, and everything that I've bought from them has been comfy and has had pockets.
Oh, excellent.
Nice.
So
they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Everything has pockets.
Yeah. Notice in the chat, Dingle Doty saying she's 6 foot. I had no idea you were 6 foot, but size 6 for skirts because waist is tiny. Being asked how she gets a figure, even though she's trans and don't have a feminine figure, the response is malnutrition and an inability to practice self-care. So, yeah, okay.
That'll work.
Dingle Doty, that's not it.
I've done that diet. I've done that diet.
I was so thin when all I drank was Diet Coke and cigarettes.
Yeah. There's people think, the winning diet plans in my life, well, the healthy one has been light and easy, but also extreme stress and extreme poverty. And
that works too.
Yeah, that works.
They all work. Extreme illness, extreme poverty, extreme stress all work.
See, the problem is that extreme stress literally just means that everything goes in my mouth as opposed to some things go in my mouth.
Yeah. Oh, I did this one years ago where over a 3-4 week period, I probably had 2 or 3 full meals because of a stressful job. But I tried to say, I've got to have something. And there was a McDonald's on the corner from where I was working. So each morning I would get a McDonald's thick shake. That was my calories for the day. McDonald's. And in this 2-3 week period, I lost so much.
There's a lot of calories in that, but
yeah, it was.
Yeah, the thing about stress is that you often lose your appetite because of all the adrenaline.
Oh yeah, no appetite.
And being just tense and everything's, like your stomach's all kept small, your throat's kept small. You just don't want to eat. Yeah, when I got very, very stressed in 1998, I think, or 97. And I existed on coffee and corn chips for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I finally fit into all that PVC wear that that I'd always been hankering after. Didn't last though.
No, but it's also not healthy. No.
It's actually kind of funny because, obviously, the last 7 days have been really intense, and my husband yesterday is like, "Oh, my stomach really hurts," and like blah blah blah. And like, you're having a stress reaction to the fact that we are moving to New South Wales next week. And
so
on Monday that wasn't a thing, and by Wednesday afternoon it was a thing.
Yeah,
it's very stressful.
So I spent a whole year in like the deepest hole of depression and ate nothing but pizza and Coca-Cola, and I lost so much weight. Even though I was like eating like shit, I lost heaps and heaps and heaps of weight because look, I spent all my time playing Star Trek Online, and it was awful. But the kicker was that losing all that weight, everyone was complimenting me, including like mental health workers, my psychiatrist and psychologist. Like, oh, you're looking good. And I'm like, I'm not going to tell you how I lost it. And it just it just reinforced it.
So obviously I've sort of ended up in the body positivity bit of TikTok where, people are like medical health professionals. I'll go in for a headache and they'll prescribe weight loss, and it's like or like my arm is broken and they'll say you need to lose weight. It's like, that's not the thing. Which is absolutely happened to me, and I'm just like, I am not going to engage in this conversation because that's not what we're here for.
Well, there's a thing called transgender broken arm syndrome. And it just, everything that medically could go wrong with you, GPs and specialists will blame transitioning and hormones. And it's just like, you can have a broken arm.
That's
it's
good.
Like
that's very much the sort of experience of anyone who's overweight. And like, generally I'm fine with my body. I don't hate it, I don't love it, it's just my body. This is my meat sack, it's the thing that I live in. The other thing that I sort of stumbled upon was a girl who was like, people need to stop telling me that I've gained weight because I've stopped smoking crack, and that's why. And you're just like, I had a friend who had this exact experience because she started gaining weight because she stopped smoking crack. And people were like, no, you've really let yourself go. And she's like, I stopped smoking crack. Can we please?
Did you know that
not worry about the fact that I'm putting on a few kilos?
Did you know that in Black communities now that women talk about being fat as an achievement? I was so fat back then. Oh, I look so good, that sort of thing. Because in their community, being skinny means being an addict, being unhealthy, and unable to keep a job and not functional. So actually being fat, as they put it, is a really good thing.
Pacific Island cultures like that, actually being huge is a sign, is something to be aspired to.
Proud of.
Well, it means that
Something
you can afford to eat.
Yeah. No, it's a sign of being successful. Yeah. Although, I mean, it's just making me think. My grandfather, who lost a huge amount of weight just before he died because there was a really aggressive cancer that hadn't been diagnosed, and he's like, look at all the weight I'm losing. You're all jealous of me. And he was dead within a month from this undiagnosed, incredibly aggressive cancer. So for a month or so, he was losing huge amount of weight, and he's going, check it out. And then he was dead. It's just like, wait, it's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, my mum's lost a lot of weight, and they can't work out why. And now, like, it could be cancer. Shit.
Yeah.
Actually, she's been in hospital a lot, which is has been difficult because she's up in Sydney, because I come from Sydney. She's up in Sydney, and I can't go visit her. And my cousin, who would be the next choice, she lives in Queensland, and she can't go visit her because they've got that stupid bloody closed border.
Annette, if your mother genuinely needs medical assistance, you can get a border permit, but it's can you afford the $3,000? Of hotel quarantine.
$3,000.
Yeah.
And,
I am incredibly lucky that it's getting paid.
Oh, great.
Wow. Well, that's really good. Yeah, but I can't go up and see my mum. And sort
that's really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my sister is really sick, and she still lives in Darwin. She's really sick and whatnot. And I'm going, well, you can't actually die because I won't be allowed to go to your funeral if you do. So, think of someone to get better. Because if you die, I can't go to your funeral. So.
And what kind of a funeral is that without Angry there?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, I know it's bound to be an Irish Catholic wake, and it'll be awesome, but it would be so much more awesome if you were there.
Yeah. Who? Yeah.
My grandmother's really sick in Western Australia, and we almost sort of got on a plane and flew to Western Australia, but it's the same thing. We'd have to go into hotel quarantine and blah blah blah. But she's rallied. She's off the ventilator and she's doing well.
Excellent.
So I kind of want to die. Just she's so old and she's not living a good life.
Yeah.
She's got dementia and she's forgotten how to swallow, so she's being fed by a tube.
Oh no.
And it's just like
near the end.
Like, can we just, I don't know, like, give her a nice little injection that'll make her go to sleep?
Let her go.
Seriously, they do that in hospitals sometimes. It's just like, okay.
Genuinely, if I was in Western Australia, I would go and find the thing that puts people to sleep all the time, and I would get it done.
Morphine.
Because, it probably wouldn't be morphine. It would probably be heroin because I'm probably easier to get that. But
usually they do that in hospitals when someone is not coming back. They just go like, oh, we probably should do a bit of pain relief, a bit more morphine. Oh, maybe a bit more morphine. Maybe a bit more morphine until their heart stops. And it's just like, oh, there you go. They went peacefully in their sleep. There you go.
I mean, it is a peaceful way to go.
Ask Aidsy.
I'm sort of at that point where it's like, can we do something to increase the pain relief? Unfortunately, my mother and probably the lady who runs the care home are a bit too, like,
religious.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, to sort of make that ugly call. But,
You know, This is all reminding me of. Did anyone watch the TV series The Wire about the cops in Boston? The thing is, in Boston particularly, New York does it as well. There's all these American police areas where they have this Irish tradition because 100 years ago, all the cops were Irish. And in The Wire, if a cop dies, when they have a wake for them at the pub, they play this song by the Pogues called The Body of an American. And it's about a wake in Ireland for an American who resettled in Ireland, and they're Americans who are celebrating there. And it's just like, it starts off as a real dirge about, we're all thinking, and then it goes, duh, and then it just kicks in, and 15 minutes later, we had our first taste of whiskey. And it's just like, and then it just turns in, everyone is pissed as hell and does this huge jig. And the tradition with the cops is the body is actually laid out on a pool table in the pub, and they're all getting shit-faced drunk around it. And they do this big tribute, and they just all get drunk and dance around this body that's laid out on the fucking pool table in the pub. So
that's great.
Yeah, it's sort of anarchy.
So, because obviously my family has dealt with sort of morbidity quite early on, and I've given all the instructions for my funeral, and I was talking it through with my husband because he's got a terrible memory. So sort of once every 2 years, I have to remind him that there are instructions. And he's like, I hate that you talk about this like this is just normal. And it's like, yeah, because when it happens, I want you to just go straight to the thing that I've told you, because you will absolutely not play hymns at my funeral.
Yeah.
It's hard to make decisions when you've suddenly been hit with the grief bomb.
Exactly.
It's hard to make decisions.
So I've got the full playlist. I look at it occasionally and tinker with it. I think I'm pretty happy with it. I would like everybody to wear bright pink, despite the fact that I always wear black. Definitely don't want people coming up to my funeral in black.
Black's
That
your
would
happy
be ridiculous. Exactly.
Yeah.
If you must come to my funeral, wear bright pink.
My mum wants Evanescence, My Immortal, to play at her funeral.
Oh, nice. Nice. I think because it's Father's Day this weekend, my brother's going to do his usual thing of posting the meme of Batman slapping Robin saying, "My parents are dead." He has a very dark sense of humor. He does that every Mother's Day.
That's the thing you look forward to about this celebration, isn't it, Angry?
Every Mother's Day, every Father's Day, my brother posts Batman slapping Robin saying, "My parents are dead."
Unfortunately, my mother would not find that nearly as funny as I would, and so I resist the urge. Because,
For my funeral, I would really like to hand out ecstasy pills to everyone and have just a giant rave. I would be happy to posthumously pay for that, so that. And of course, anyone who doesn't want to doesn't have to. But I a big rave for my funeral.
I like that. That's a really good idea. I'm going to put that on my list for consideration.
Oh, I like Stella referring to the Ask a Mortician videos on YouTube. I have seen them. They're very good. She's very good at death positivity. Sorry, Charlie.
I have a fun story about my Nana's funeral.
Yeah.
That's an interesting sentence. A fun story about my Nana's funeral. It was. So I guess whoever was in charge of the music, which I think was probably either my brother or my dad, I don't know. I guess they decided on just playing this like Louis Armstrong, like Best
What a
of Louis
wonderful
Armstrong
world.
or something
Yeah.
like that. And they had that playing as everybody, filed in. They had that playing. And then they stopped the music for, while everybody does the eulogies and all that. And then after the eulogies were done, it was like, okay, so now it's time to like play the slideshow or whatever and put the music back on. And the next track that on the Louis Armstrong compilation was La Cucaracha, La Cucaracha.
That's good.
So when I was 18,
And so everybody's sitting there, and the just like
when I was 18, the partner of my flatmate at the time, she just randomly came out and said, I would like this song played at my funeral. And it was Roots, Bloody Roots by Sepultura. And the thing is, a week later, she died.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was quite large, and she had an epileptic fit on her stomach, and swallowed her tongue and died, and she couldn't get up. And they played the song.
Yeah.
And it was just really sudden. Like, she was not old at all.
No, it happens.
Well, that's kind of why I think that like death positivity and planning your funeral and making sure that your people know how you want it to like go. So my like death wishes are to have my body donated to like a body farm for like crime research.
Forensic study, yeah.
Which means that there's no funeral. It is literally going to be a memorial service, which means that given that it's a memorial service, that you're not holding at any particular thing, I want to, have my people gather at a body of water and, get pissed.
Get naked.
So I have seen where those bodies go. I've seen where those bodies go. I've been under the Monash Uni, the med school at Monash.
Ooh,
and it's creepy as hell because you'll be walking past and suddenly, oh look, a box of hands, a jar of feet, and stuff like that. It's just like,
that's it. Take my organs and slice and dice me. Like, I don't care. I'm not interested. And if my organs are no good, don't use them.
Yeah.
So
I did a gig at Melbourne Uni a few years ago because I work in IT.
Husband just came out and he's like, "You're doing it again.
You're
doing the thing that I don't like."
Yeah. I did a gig.
This is a public record, is it not?
I did a gig at Melbourne Uni where someone was going to have to upgrade all the physical infrastructure in all the buildings, and we were planning out how to do it. And then we realized, and we're like, hey, at some point, someone's going to have to go in the middle of the night and switch off all the stuff in the medical science buildings and then switch back on. And so you're in the middle of the night, and in one room is all the cadavers. They're cut into pieces. In another room is the monkey experiments that they don't like to talk about, but it's live monkeys with electrodes in their brains and shit. And you're going to be down there in the fucking cellar at night by yourself, switching off mainframes. And we were just like, dude, fucking rock, paper, scissors, who has to do that? Because there are bits of Melbourne Uni that are fucking terrifying. And the idea of having to do
That's why I moved to Melbourne. I came here for that stuff and the Bluestone buildings.
Yeah, because Melbourne Uni doesn't like to talk about it because they'll get constant protests by animal rights protesters if it becomes generally known. But they have all these fucking animal experiment labs at Melbourne Uni, and whoa, and the idea of being there alone in the middle of the night and switching everything off and then switching everything on is just like fucked up.
Yeah. There's a phrase we have here in our sunburnt country. Fuck that.
Yeah.
That seems like a cup of no fucking way. Yeah, fuck that for a joke.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
I need another drink.
Fair call. Oh, Stella's saying
Kitty.
she picked Into the West from the Lord of the Rings for a mum's funeral. And everyone's
Yep,
like, oh,
nice.
cool. Thanks for breaking our hearts one more time with that. Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
Of course, as a human, you can't actually go to Valinor.
No. Or
But
the
you
mountain.
can go to
Yeah.
Yeah, Tol Eressëa is just at the cusp of Valinor, and that's where Gimli and Frodo and Bilbo went.
Yes, because they were allowed to.
They were
Dingle
given
Doty-
permission.
Dingle Doty referring to the Batman and Robin meme. The favourite one is Robin saying, "You can't say cunt, it's offensive," and Batman slapping Robin saying, "This is Scotland, you cunt."
This is Australia. You can't
Exactly.
call us.
There was a meme going around on Facebook and it was actually from one of the Star Wars prequels of someone fighting a giant insect, and it was captioned, "What people think Australia is like." And the next one is the same picture with what Australia is really like, with the addition of the human saying "can't."
My favorite current, what
Well-
Americans think, what Australians, what American things think that Australia is scared of, and it's like snakes and crocodiles and sharks and shit. And what Australians are
I've seen this one.
really afraid of, and it's a magpie. It's like,
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
No, it's an email from MyGov saying you have one message in
Oh
your
God, my God,
MyGov
Jesus.
mailbox.
I only get
It sends shivers down my spine.
I only get one email from MyGov a year, and it's your tax return has been processed. So it's not so bad for me.
I'm on a
But
disability
I do-
pension, and
When I was in
I'm
university,
in
I
constant
totally
fear of the Liberal government taking it away.
I totally understand that fear. When I was at university, fighting with Centrelink was almost a full-time job.
Oh yeah.
And the worst
Yeah.
thing is my poor mother. So obviously she's my grandparents' carer, and they've got aged pensions, and she's trying to deal with Centrelink because she's their enduring power of attorney. And the poor lady, she got so frustrated that she burst into tears. And my mum is a high school teacher at one of the hardest schools in a hard town, and so nothing upsets her. And oh my goodness, she rings me and she's like, "I don't understand Centrelink. This is just ridiculous." And I was like, "Yeah, they make it hard on purpose.
Yeah, the cruelty.
Yes, they do.
The cruelty of it."
Yeah, I've had to help my mum with that. And she's because my mum, she used to work in Veterans Affairs.
Mm.
And so she's like, "Oh, I know those. I used to work there." And it's not the same.
It's not. It's so deliberately cruel. And my best friend is on Newstart, and she lives in Western Australia, and she works in the arts.
Oh no, they've changed the name. It's now Job Seeker.
Yes.
So they
Sorry,
make it
yes.
they make it hard
Job seeker.
even if you even for the people who work there, they make it hard for people who work there to help people. Like it's
Yep.
deliberately hard for
Yep.
everyone involved.
Yep. And I just don't understand the wholesale cruelty of it all. Like
Yeah.
it's
And
kind
apparently
of like
it didn't-
voting fraud,
and it-
right? Mail-in voting fraud.
Apparently, it
Been
didn't
proved-
used to be like this.
No, I don't think it used to be.
Progressively got worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Way back in the day.
You know,
Yeah.
it's that whole, everyone who's on it are cheats and liars. And it's like, no, most people who are on it that I've met are honest people who just need a hand, which is the idea.
Yeah.
And, 1% might be cheats and liars,
Stella.
which means that 99% don't need to be treated this way.
Stella, tell me about it.
Stella wants the burner in due card because Stella's starting a
Me
new
too.
Oh
Me
no.
too.
Oh my God.
I'm in
I can't
constant
believe
fear
it.
that I'm gonna get one of those. I
No,
wouldn't
that
be
shit
able
is,
to live.
that shit is
Well,
class
that-
warfare. That's evil.
Yeah.
It's just evil.
Because
And
here's the thing: is that the trial, the India trial, it was supposed to end in June this year. It was supposed to end in June
Oh,
this
really?
year, but then they decided to. But then, well, I say they, fucking him,
Yeah.
Scotty from marketing.
Give him
decided-
his real name.
Scotty from marketing decided to extend the trial.
I
What
just love
to
to-
extend?
Scotty
This
from
is a
marketing.
wholesale failure.
Yeah.
And as Angry says, it's
I mean,
complete and
it didn't
utter
stop.
password.
It hasn't stopped. Sorry, it hasn't stopped me from doing drugs.
So
You're just more creative about it.
Yeah.
the thing about it is that people say it's a failure. No, it's not. It's doing exactly what
Yeah.
it's designed to do, to make
Yeah.
it difficult for people to live on welfare.
To just
That's what it's
dehumanize
designed to do.
people.
Yeah.
It's fucking
It's exactly as cruel
Yeah,
as it
so
was
they've
designed to be.
so they've extended it to the end of December this year,
and
I'm hoping that that's it.
It
Like,
won't be it.
if they
Um,
extend it further, then I'm gonna go fucking feral.
Yeah.
What I don't understand, what I don't get about the whole thing of, we can't sit in Parliament because, the pandemic, and it's like, have you bitches never heard of Zoom?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, anyway. Oh.
Yeah.
So
No,
they
it's
just
fuck-
get to sit in their gilded cages and pretend like they care.
Yeah.
But they
No, they suck. They suck big time.
They suck so bad.
Suck so bad.
They
And
suck dogs' knobs on a sunny day.
yeah.
That's right.
No.
My
And-
friend from uni, she ran as a Greens candidate in a very One Nation area. And she mostly did it so that everybody who wasn't a shithead had someone to vote for.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Sorry, I've just been popping ahead earlier tonight before coming on here. I was binging Rubber Bandits tracks on YouTube. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Rubber Bandits.
I've got
Irish
a horse
people.
outside.
Yeah, their big hit was "I've Got a Horse Outside,"
Fucking love that.
which is an hilarious track. It's like the guys are at a wedding and he's eyeing off the bridesmaid and wants to take her off, and she talks about all the boys in the church who have various cars who've said they'll drive her off somewhere, and his line in the chorus is like, "Fuck your Honda Civic, I've a horse outside." outside. Rock your lips like a she-oaf. And he's just like,
horse outside.
he's just talking about how his horse is so much better than any of the cars that the other cars have. And it's just, and
they're jingling their keys.
yeah, it's very funny.
It's a great song.
But then you get into their really weird stuff. There's a song called Black Man where they talk about, I've got all these different, basically stereotypes in my gang, but I still need a black man to make my, my gang complete. And it's just, or what else? Oh, there's one where they've got this one, and it's a fucking puppet of the actor. This is the Irish actor who made it big in Hollywood. Fuck.
Liam Neeson?
Colin Farrell?
No, about Liam Neeson's vintage though. Dark
Colin
hair.
Farrell?
No,
Colin
Colin
Farrell.
Farrell's too young. Fucking Jesus. My brain.
Fucking Jesus.
No, he's a bit old.
Fucking Jesus.
Who's fucking Jesus?
Where's that religious nut in the comments?
Yeah, we scared
Wait,
him off
wait.
because we don't care.
Yeah, he got bored.
Irish guy.
The song is called Gabriel Byrne. That's who I was trying to think of. They've got this puppet of Gabriel Byrne, and there's this guy who's got it talking about like, I've got some advice for you fellas, and then this really rollicking song starts, and it's, if you wanna fuck a fella, go ahead and fuck a fella. It's
Oh, but it's
so funny. It's just so.
And they were
fucking-
plastic bags on their heads.
Yeah, their whole thing was wearing plastic bags on their heads. Yeah,
It's a little bit like Tism.
yeah. Blind Boy.
Irish Tism.
If you want a really good podcast, Blind Boy Boat Club from the Rubber Bandits, the Blind Boy podcast is exceptionally good. And they have these really weird ones. There's one called Dad's Best Friend, and there's just this guy who's a fucking psychopath. But he's thinking, I'm your dad's best friend, your dad's best friend. And he just is singing this psychopathic shit about taking your dad to Amsterdam doing heaps of drugs. And it's so fucked up. And then they have sort of dark but quite meaningful ones. There's one called, there's basically an anti-suicide one called Sunny, that's really fucking hits me every time I hear it. But Rubber Bandits generally are just fucking great. And Blind Boy does this podcast, and he's recently started streaming on Twitch, but he plays open world games like Red Dead Redemption, but he doesn't play the game. He just sort of looks at the landscape and he makes up songs about what's happening in the game. He sits there, he's got all these little studio equipment. And I was just looking at some of the ones he recently uploaded, a song called The Moon Made Me Shit My Pants. And another one of their classics from 6 years ago called Hey Mister, Are You a Hipster or a Hobo? And it just talks about this guy who's like wears dirty clothes and sort of sitting on the street, and they can't work out if he's a hipster or a hobo. And so because the two are so close to one another. It's just, I love their sense of humor. It's so
The Bailey's Chocolate Deluxe. Bizzo.
Yeah.
If you put it with a bit of Rev milk, it tastes like an Easter egg.
Ooh, that sounds pretty good.
Ooh. What kind of milk?
Just Rev. It's a bit watery. It's a diety type of milk. So it's not full on milk. And and the chocolate deluxe Baileys. You wouldn't even know that there was alcohol in here, but there is.
Which is dangerous.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, talking about Irish actors, it made me remember this movie called The Lobster.
With Colin Farrell.
Oh, The Lobster.
With Colin Farrell. You
That
guys have
messes
seen
me
it?
up, that movie.
That movie is fucking
That is-
wild.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Speaking-
I've missed something good.
Speaking about Colin,
Okay, so
yeah,
so Nettie doesn't know it. It's a
I don't know.
okay. It's basically it's illegal to be single, right? And so
Okay.
if you don't in this world, it's illegal to be single, and if you don't find a partner, they turn you into an animal of your choosing.
and this guy has chosen to be a lobster if he doesn't find a romantic partner.
Lobster.
It is a
Dumbass, you
really
should be a
It
cat.
is absurd.
It is a
Great.
really weird film, and it takes about 10 really weird turns as you go along.
It's
Yeah.
wild.
Lobster. I'm going to have to watch that. I've got a
Yeah.
film fest coming up
Oh.
with my
Guys,
With my older one?
guys. All of the recommendations for like good TV shows, long series, because obviously I am about to spend 2 weeks doing
Yes.
nothing.
So that's just enough time to watch all of Star Trek. You're welcome.
Kirsten, darling. I said pet. I said love. I said pet. You have to come on to Netflix with me. Netflix party. We watch we Nordic noir.
Oh yes, the
Nordic noir.
crime stuff. Yeah.
Nordic
Oh.
noir. Crime shows from Finland and Norway and Sweden and Denmark.
The problem about
Have we-
crime shows from those countries is that I like to have something that plays in my head and I still scroll on my phone. And those kind of shows you have to actually watch because you're reading the subtitles.
Yeah. No, there's
You're a
I
millennial.
know, my life is hard. I'm not. Oh, actually, no, I am.
No, I feel that because
Has anyone-
I often play video games while watching Netflix or whatever, so I can relate to that.
Charlie wants to recommend something.
Oh,
Okay, Charlie.
Yes, Charlie.
Has anyone watched Agretzko season 3?
I haven't watched season
It
3.
just came out the other day.
A
What is
really, really funny Japanese animation.
Oh.
Charlie,
Like,
explain.
Is it family
I
friendly?
don't want to. Well, depends what kind of family.
Yeah, they're all animals, right, Nettie? It is family friendly. They're all animals. The lead character, Agretzko, as her name is Agretzko, but she's really
That's
aggressive.
good.
Like she's really repressed in her job, like very hierarchical Japanese job, and her only outlet is to sing death metal in karaoke bars. So
So,
All right.
it's like a
so,
family.
like season 3 just came out like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to spoil it, but I think that like in the trailers this is revealed, but Retsuko basically becomes Baby Metal.
Yeah. Oh, she becomes baby metal. Cute.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
More or less. Like
Yeah. She becomes an idol. Yeah.
like
But
that
yeah.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
she sort of like she owes a debt to like the producer of the idol group, and so he's
Mhm.
like, well, you could pay off the debt by joining the idol group.
Goggles.
And then he hears like he
Dark goggles.
he like overhears her in the karaoke room, and
Yeah.
he's like, oh, we can use this.
You could join baby metal. All right.
And so she joins the idol group, and they basically turn into like a version of like baby metal, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Charlie, are you on Facebook?
I am, but I like almost never use it.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Nettie wants to be your friend.
Yeah.
Oh.
I noticed
Tumblr.
Bella mentioned Schitt's Creek. Kirsten, if you've got Netflix, if
I've
you've
watched
never watched
it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It is
So
very
Schitt's
cute.
Creek is one of my high anxiety day shows.
Yeah.
Because it's super.
If anybody's
Okay, so
on Tumblr,
so
you
people
can add
who
me.
have really bad anxiety have shows that they watch because they know what's going to happen and it's safe.
Hmm.
So when I have high
That's why I
anxiety
recommend
days,
Star Trek.
I have All Creatures Great and Small. That's
I
my.
also watch Gilmore Girls.
I watched
Peter
it when I had
Davison.
flu. Sorry,
With
What'd you
Peter
say?
Davison.
I watch it when I have the flu, and
Oh, yeah.
and when I'm sad.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, so-
it's very chicken soup.
for me, it's Gilmore Girls or Veronica Mars. But
Ooh.
Veronica Mars, I can't be anxious. I just need to be like sad or sick
Mm.
to watch
Mm-mm.
that. But Gilmore Girls
Mine,
is very much like a anxiety thing where I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
I need this because I know what's going to happen.
Mine, and I'm showing my age here, but mine is Glee.
I
Oh,
love
I
Glee.
watched that.
Glee is
I watched
great.
that with Ali when she was like 12,
Mm-mm.
11 or 12.
Okay, it's 1 a.m. and I am officially tired. And
Oh,
so we've managed to carry it for 5 hours again.
Wow.
Which is crazy talk.
When you bitching and moaning that you were like, oh, suddenly it was 1 a.m. It's because we were having so much fun, Angry.
I know it is literally because we have so much fun in the chat. It is literally that, and I don't want to understate that. But gonna go to bed. You're all fabulous. Everyone in the chat, you're fabulous too.
no,
I've got-
no.
One day Stella has to join us. I demand
Yeah,
it.
I think
Yeah.
it explains the internet's bad where she is, but
Well,
I'm
the
gonna be
internet's bad where I am too, but
I'm gonna
I
be
make
on
it
break.
work.
You still
Good night,
persevere,
everyone.
Charlie.
Don't know when I'll be back, either Sunday or Monday or whatever. Who knows? Bye. Love yous all. Bye.